Where do you think you're going?
Across this great nation, almost everyone has been affected in one way or another by this terrible tomato onslaught. Mrs. Williams, I understand your husband is missing.
Yes,
Do you think he's dead?
Well,
Will you miss him?
Well,
Will you marry again? What if he's laying in a ditch somewhere, with both his legs broken, calling your name? You will have to find another man, you know. You're no spring chicken.
Lives are shattered. The nation is in chaos.
Even the mere mention of the word is sufficient to induce panic.
Tomato.
Death and destruction sweeps the country.
Attack of the killer tomatoes. Attack of the killer tomatoes.
Perfect eating machine. The killer tomato.
Yes, you chew you up for brunch and finish you off for
Killer tomato. We were only saved.
They're marching down the halls. They're crawling up the walls. They're gooey, gushy, squishy, mushy, rotten to the core. They're standing outside your door. Remember Herbert Barbage while taking out his garbage.
Boss, it ain't no killer
He
tomato.
turned around and he did 6 tomatoes hiding in his tree. Now he's just a memory.
When you mean fuzzy tomato, that lousy little furball ain't gonna stop.
My sister. Sacramento fell today. They're marching into San Jose. Tomatoes are on their way.
Raging tomato.
The raging tomato.
Raging tomato.
The raging tomato.
Raging tomato.
Oh, raging tomato.
Raging tomato. Raging tomato.
Raging tomato.
And myself, the raging tomato. Well, hello, everybody. Well, I guess Wiggy, our friend Wiggy over here, doesn't like our intro. But I'll tell you what, if you think I have a long intro, you should check out Team Fatty because his is a whole 10 minutes. I've sat backstage for those. 10 minutes long. It is literally, my intro is like 2.5 minutes if you pair the 30-second thing with the actual intro video. And quite frankly, I like it. So frankly, darling, I don't give a damn. If you don't like the intro, just wait until, I don't know, 3 minutes after you get that little notification and then come back in. You'll be all right. Roll call. I know I have not streamed typically on Thursday nights for a while. I had to give myself a little bit of a mental break because the Mod Mondays are really exhausting. And I know that, Michelle and I set them up to kind of be that way, but, sometimes we're going to 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, and then I have to go to the office Tuesday morning, so I don't get a whole lot of sleep. And then Tuesday, my work day, kids' activities, all of that, and then I'm just drained. And then Wednesday comes, and same thing, I'm just drained still. It takes me a full 2 days to recover, and then by Thursday night, I'm like, man, I don't know if I can do it, So I've just kind of been giving myself, allowing myself to take time away. And then Sunday nights, I haven't been able to do the Sunday night Sleepy Tomato because I want to move that. So, ladies and gentlemen, a little bit of housekeeping for that. I did start a Patreon, and I think I'm going to move the Sleepy Tomato over there. I think it belongs on a different platform with a different venue, different crowd, different people, different concept. This channel is just too busy with craziness that the Sleepy Tomato is not going to attract the same people, so I want to separate it. It belongs in a different category, different spot. So I'm gonna test out Patreon probably Saturday or Sunday, and then probably set up a stream over there. I believe I have to check in with Rachel from Rachel's Ghost because she does the Patreon, and she said it runs through YouTube, but I have to check with her on if it runs out, if I can still run it through StreamYard or how it works on that end. But I'll figure it out, and I believe it runs through an unlisted YouTube video. So for those of you who are members on YouTube, I believe I can still list the video to you in like a community post, like the link it'll be unlisted, but only for members, and then you'll still have access because the membership cost is the same for the base level. So expect to hopefully see that. I have to work out the semantics and logistics of it, but once that's up and running, members over here will still have access to that. I think I want to make sure you do have access to it. Anyways, roll call. JAC stopping by. Yes, it is. Answering the question on the nose. The great divide is social media dividing communities. All right. Fair enough. That's an easy answer for you. Uncle Guns coming in. I didn't understand this pin all the way. I was trying to find the sound of it. When you're alone and Thursday is making you lonely, you can always go throw down. The tomatoes are much better there. You can forget all your troubles, forget all your cares, and go throw down. Yes, yes, yes. P. Fletch stopping by. Supplementer. Mater. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, can I just tell you how crazy this week has been? And I don't know why I chose this week to kick back my Thursdays again, but welcome to Throwdown Thursdays, Mod Monday's ugly sister. Okay, so it's a very similar format to Mod Monday, except we are not setting the panel up in advance. It's going to be open panel roulette. You never know what you're going to get, if the shot's going to be good or not, or bad or whatever. But I've decided to kind of choose more mild topics. And then I'll still do my topic intro, and then we'll open the panel up. It'll still be a select amount of panel people. So we'll run it 6 total, me and 5 others. If Michelle joins in, then she will be a solid seat. So then it'll be 4 panelists only. And now that doesn't mean you can't still get on screen. We're still going to play the timer game. You still get to vote people off. You can still boot people off. You can pay to switch people in and out from the backstage. All of those fun games. So that is still alive and well in terms of Mod Monday, except it's just uglier because we don't know who's going to be swinging by, or maybe nobody will come by. I don't know. The fat kid in Brazil. I can assure you all that Alex PWF fire text is a weapon of mass destruction. Since I've used it, I've been blocked by every woman on all dating apps. Sounds like a personal problem, but okay. Fair enough. Adam87, communities divide themselves. Social media just allows you to socialize. Okay, fair assessment. Let's go. And hello, Wiggy. Hi, Michelle. And ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't forgotten, and if I haven't reminded you enough times, our kind Nightbot, who is working incredibly hard throughout the evening, will continuously drop Michelle's Dono link. Please go donate to her. Give her a few bucks. Like, buy the girl a damn coffee already. She's been the one working really hard behind the scenes, helping with piecing these panels together, piecing your topics one after another, and they just keep coming. If you guys liked Hung Lo Wang and the craziness that came with that conversation, you can thank Michelle personally by going to her Dono link and giving her a few bucks. We love Michelle. She's working hard for you. Pay the girl. Pay the damn girl. Leave it on the nightstand on your way out. Hello, James. How are you today? And Wiggy asks, Tomato, will you give fair representation to the black pill? I have my quarrels with the black pill because you guys are more on the doom side of things, or at least the people that sit in the wheelhouse of the black pill. I think the black pill has some great arguments. The problem is a lot of you go into the doomsday type of conversations, and it's not always going to be like that. And I think you throw yourself out of the mix too quickly, and don't recognize that women do like you because you're funny, not just because you got a 6-pack of abs. 6-pack of abs is a bonus. Money is a bonus. Height is a bonus. But if you can't make the girl laugh, you're SOL, my friend. Completely SOL. And everybody, please say hello to Mama Tomato. Hi, Mom. I love you so much. I miss you. Rude Matt Mudcrab stopping by. Good day, Sarah. And hello to you. Lauren helping out with the emojis. If you like the emojis, if you like making fun and having fun, don't forget the you're fucking the moderator emoji down there in the membership tab. You've got the fame whore one as well. Lots of fun stuff down there. Don't cry on panel, or I think it's no crying allowed or something like that. Lots of fun little emojis or whatever that you can pump into the chat. We like those. I love those. Yeah. Let's see. Sarah's intro is longer than John Anthony's Lake out and Rollo describing the red pill. I like my intro. If you don't like my intro, then again, don't watch the first 3 minutes. Hi, Jade. I didn't get to, I had the notification set and I was like really hoping I was going to be able to tune in, but the timing was a little off between getting kids back and forth to sports and dinner and bath time and all of those things. So I tried to tune in for a little bit, but the timing was just not working out well for me. But I hope your interview went really well with Rachel. I was really excited. I'm going to have to catch that one on the replay tomorrow. So hopefully I'll be able to do that. Tom's face. Who here is eating cats and ducks? I hope. I mean, duck's all right. It's a little like chewy, but duck's all right. But no cats. As much as I don't like cats. Big Jake's Ranch stopping by. I think we'd be better off without social media. Collectively, at the very least, a lot more grass touching would be happening. Yeah, I was thinking about that today too. I was like, God, what if we didn't have social media, TV, but Instagram, whatever, like all of these different blah 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 blahs, these things that keep us inside. Like, how much more outside would we actually be? And I think it would be quite a bit. Hi, Sparky. How are you tonight? Tomato, I love your streams, but yeah, you need black pillars. We don't agree with red or blue. Yes, I agree, but unfortunately, most of the black pill crew are not very likable people, or at least a lot of them that I've interacted with, and they have downright inherited the permaban on this channel, so they will not be allowed, or else I would have happily allowed them to engage. But yeah, they seem to be doomers and gloomers and just downright, turd balls all around. So, unfortunately for you, that's happened. You want to debate Andrew Wilson. Well, that doesn't just happen. That's, you have to do a lot of work to get to that. You want to, let's see, the black pill is superior to Andrew Wilson. Okay. Can you flash an image of Spicoli on the live and call it Throw Up Thursday? That would be funny, actually. John Deadman. Andrew Wilson is the godfather of debating. Yeah, he is a really great debater, and he utilizes a lot of different tactics. So not only does he hit you with the logic, but he hits you with the assholishness, and I mean that in a good way, like the sarcastic assholishness commentary that will throw you off. It could throw you off your A game and really mess you up. Osron, how are you this evening? A little early for you. Yeah. And we're oh my. All right, listen, you go to your local USPS. All right, you get one of their flat rate envelopes, one size fits all. You take it back home, you fill it up, pack it in the mail, and you send it to all the women that you wish to impregnate. There you go. That's my answer. The Crown Prince. Hello, my lady Sarah. It's always lovely to see you, sweetheart. Well, thank you, Crown Prince. How kind of you. It's very thoughtful to say. It's nice to see you as well. Wheat Flopples. Nobody cares where that person is. That takes verbal combat skills. To debate Andrew? Yes. If that's what you're referring to. Here, don't. I wouldn't recommend getting a mouthful of that one. You're egging on the wrong people. Yeah. All right, a little bit of some housekeeping. A few things that I want to specifically speak to because it drives me absolutely nuts. If somebody's going to say I'm being biased to any degree, yeah, I'm being biased, and I'm being biased in a self-interest type of manner. So I want to clarify a few things. So a lot of people don't seem to like the transgender concepts that are allowed. Like I'll say I host transgender, right? And I have no issue with it. I'm totally happy with that community. I've never had any quarrels really with them or anything. I don't have any issue, and like end of story. What I do have an issue with other people interacting with that community on my show specifically is that you are breaking TOS when you are attacking that specific community and that specific persons on my channel. So one thing that I want to read aloud is literally the YouTube community guidelines, part of their TOS, and what they do and do not allow to be promoted on their shows. So that you understand that when I say, no, we're not allowed to do that, I'm not going to allow that. I will allow a bias because I literally have to, for one. Number two, I love my channel. I love being able to do this. The last thing I want is and I'm not saying that these people can't take it. They can. They absolutely can. And they will throw back just as hard. I know that. I'm aware of that. I'm not even white knighting for them. Okay. What I'm white knighting for is my channel. All right. Yeah. Let's clear this shit up. Cause this gets just absolutely on my nerves. You know, it's just, number one, you're just being a dick. Right? If you're attacking somebody because of their sexual orientation, their gender, or whatever the case may be, you're attacking something really stupid. Okay? That is something that is actually federally protected in this instance, and it's YouTube protected. So let's not do that. Let's not do that. I can't stand the level of like just plain ignorance in this instance. It's fucking 2024, people. Shit's here to stay. You don't have to interact with it. Just don't show up. If it bothers you that much, don't show up. But the fact that you do show up and interact with it, tell me that it actually doesn't bother you that much. You just like to be the asshole. So anyways, I'm going to read this out loud. This is the hate speech policy, straight from YouTube, ladies and gentlemen, straight from YouTube. So I will protect my channel at all costs, and I will protect these people because they are literally protected. Hate speech is not allowed on YouTube. We don't allow content that promotes violence or hatred against individuals or groups based on any of the following attributes, which indicate a protected group status under YouTube's policy. Listen the fuck up, people. These are listed as age, caste, disability, ethnicity, gender identity, and expression. Do I need to read that one again? Let me read that one again. Gender identity and expression. Gender identity and expression, nationality, race, immigration status, religion, sex or gender, sexual orientation, victims of major violent event in their kin, veteran status. If you find content that violates this policy, report it. And then it offers the instructions to how you can report this stuff. Listen, people, it's really not that fucking hard. Right? So if I come at you and I say, no, we're not going to do that. And you're like, you're being biased. Well, you're being a bitch. Quite honestly, you're being a bitch, a straight up fucking bitch. Like, that's why I don't like the N-word on my channel. I don't care who says it. I don't like it because it goes in that realm. Okay. Somebody could misinterpret it and say some shit. And I'm not willing to lose my channel over all of your ignorance. It is 2024, people. We all get along. We all have different takes of life. We all have different experiences, different perceptions, all of these things. That's fine and great. But one thing is you're not going to do is come on here and just be straight ignorant on my channel. I can't stand it. It's fucking stupid. And when I say I'm going to boot you for violating TOS, that is it right there. And if you go home crying, saying, well, she kicked me off because her friend is transgender. That's right. That's my friend. That is my friend. But additionally, you agree to these TOS guidelines, community guidelines, what you will and won't do when you start your fucking channel. You agree to it. So yeah, fuck you. We're not going to tolerate that shit. And if people want to say I'm being biased all day long, well, fucking eat a dick. Eat a dick. Why? Why? Because you're not the one that's at risk, are you? All of you little, like, people that go around just panel hopping. Yes, I did it too. But we have to recognize just because you have nothing to lose doesn't mean nobody else does. In addition to that, a lot of people, because I happily push the restream for people. If people want to connect their channels, and it's your work. It's your work, and I think you should be able to restream it to your stuff. I'm all for it. All right? Go make your money, entertain your viewers, and get the watch hours. Some people are trying to get watch hours because they're still growing. They're trying to get subscribers, and this is great exposure and additional content that everybody's getting, right? And I'm winning too, right? I'm getting free exposure as well. But I believe if you're putting in the work, fine, set up the Restream Connect, But what you're doing when you come on this panel and you start breaking TOS, community guidelines, all of those things, is now you're risking all of those people who are connected. And that's not fair. Because I'm the host and I'm allowing these people to branch off. I'm going to shut it down. And all of these little accusational about PDF stuff and all, you guys need to find another channel for that shit, especially when we're doing Mod Monday. We're on a specific topic and all of those things. I don't mind a little drama back and forth, a little tension and heat, but all of this, you guys just really need to go to an actual drama stream that's based around community drama. This is debate crazy drama. This is madness over here, but it's not community drama. We don't entertain that anymore. We just don't. Unless I'm drinking, and fuck it, why not? But outside of that, Rachel, hello. I was just telling Jade I have to watch the replay tomorrow of your interview, only because I was kind of in and out. I was in the middle of kids stuff, so I couldn't pay attention and focus, and that made me sad. So I just had to exit for the moment. Anyways, so yeah, I hope we're clear on all of that. This is a planned lecture. This is basically I'm just not going to tolerate ignorance. That's I'm not hurting for panelists, okay? But we have a lot of great people who come on here. We have a lot of great options to pick from when we're doing Mod Monday. And, the search is sometimes hard. I believe that is a troll account. And I'm going to give you whoever's coming in as Alex PWF, I'm going to give you a moment to go fix yourself before I just block you entirely. So if you message again as Alex from PWF, I'm just going to ban you as a whole. And now you can just add on to your count of accounts that you've, made that are going to be banned from here. So I'm going to give you a minute to fix yourself. And if you come in again as Alex PWF, solid ban. Michelle, I'm assuming you'll be on that. Anyways. Yeah, we don't like troll accounts either. If you're going to speak for yourself, not try to, pretend that you're other people. That's just a pussy move. Anyways, I'm just Provo. I just get really annoyed when people, try to take an advantage of situations or try to take an advantage or harm somebody's channel because they have nothing to lose on it. They can go and say whatever they want. And they're not the one that's at risk. And we just don't tolerate. When are we going to debate? I don't debate. I don't debate. I go and have fun on panels sometimes. People start arguments with me, especially when I'm drinking. Now that's fun, but otherwise I don't debate. That's why I just host and I let everybody else do all of the arguing. I don't feel like my opinion needs to be shared. I don't feel the need to persuade anybody to be one way or the other. You're all going to live your life, whether I tell you what I think is right or wrong or not. I'm not here. I'm not going to get my blood pressure up trying to convince you of anything different. I'm not. I can come on here and I can talk. And if you, find like, oh, that kind of makes sense or whatever, then great. But I'm not going to argue morons on a screen. Like, I'm just not. I don't have the care for it. I don't have the patience for it, and I don't have the blood pressure for it. I have enough. I have enough in my life to worry about, and enough things that stress me out, and I'm constantly, I wouldn't say I'm constantly stressed, but I'm constantly concerned and worried on a daily basis. And I have enough on my plate to care about that I don't care about convincing anybody on a screen or in a box how they should live their life or how the world should be or societally, whatever. I just don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. What difference does it make? Am I going to change the world? No, I'm not. I'm not going to change the world, and I'm not going to try. What I can do is I can extend kindness to people. I can be, be helpful and be kind and nice and sweet and give them the benefit of the doubt, kind of. I can have, I can show them where I think the world should be. And if they choose to be like, hey, that's influential, I like that, then great. But if they're not gonna, if that part of it doesn't click in, then me yelling at them on a screen isn't gonna click in. I'm you attract more bees with honey kind of person, not with vinegar. So I like to be nice to people. I like to be kind. I like to be helpful, and I really like to make connections and networks and be a person that people can reach out to when they are looking for someone or something, or just need a connection to something like that. And I don't mean in terms of, that sounded really bad, I'm not the plug. Not in that kind of sense. I'm a plug in YouTube. I'm a plug in my real job. I'm a plug in the real world. I'm always the person that knows somebody, and I'm always like, oh yeah, no, let me connect you, and I love to do that. I absolutely love to do that. And to me, that's always I always thought it was more helpful to be able to be resourceful for somebody, even though I can't do it for you myself, or I don't know that world myself, or I don't have what you need in that moment. But I like to be the resourceful person to say, I can't do that, but I know the person who can. And to me, that was that's a bigger, I don't know, helpful thing than it is to just do it. I'm useful in a way of reach out to me and I'll give you the person you're looking for. That's how life's always, even bartending, right? You're not going to get a bartending job if you don't know somebody that already works there, right? So always being that person, oh no, I know somebody, so anyways, shall we get to the topic? Here's how we're going to do it. I know this is the first series set off of this specifically. We're going to try it out. We're going to run it for a while and see if it works. That's how we operated with Mod Monday. And if it kind of evolves into something else, just like Mod Monday did, we'll let it go. We'll let it move as it does. But my plan, my intention is I'm going to share the video, kind of have my little interruptions. I'll start dropping the open panel link in the back or in the chat here towards the end of the video. It's a 11-minute video. But I'll drop the link in a little bit, and anybody that wants to come up, I'll allow the first 5 up, and anybody in the backstage, we'll stay back and we can, see what happens. If there's even more than 5, you never know. It's a Thursday night. I don't expect it to be crazy. Thursday nights are hard to fight for. And I almost just forgot to share my damn screen, and I was going to sit here and watch this all by myself like I did that one time. There we go. That one. All right. right, and let me hit pause. Volume. Let me turn my music down. There we go. Okay, and I gotta hit the button. There we go. Okay, so I kind of just haphazardly watched this, so I don't know all of the talking points exactly, but I was like, oh, that sounds about what I want to talk about. So there might be some surprises in here, but anyways, the question is social media dividing communities? And I kind of got this feeling the other day as I'm watching other streams. You know, sometimes I like to kind of cloud watch a little here and there, and I'm just watching people like get mad at each other and go off and, you know, split directions or I don't know. Wait, who is the fat kid in Brazil? Whose channel is that? Because you're a mod, so obviously you're somebody. Who the hell are you? I have to look at this now. Hold on, I gotta go click on my thing. Go to channel. Huh. Is that Doug the Thug Fist? Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, all right. Picking on John. I was like, wait. Okay, yeah. Thank you. I was like, well, I'm sitting there thinking, I'm like, why does this person who I have no idea who they are have a wrench? And then I thought, oh, wait. Hold on. Doug the Thug Fist does this like every 6 months where he'll change his name. Anyways, outside of all of that, don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, according to my son, I am supposed to make $1 billion tonight. So if you can help me not be a disappointment to my child, that would be ever so great. Feel free to super chat, dono, all of those things. And don't forget about Michelle as well. Hit that coffee link. Go buy the girl coffee. She needs a coffee so she can stay up dealing with all your asses wrenching like a mofo. Okay. All right. Let's hit play. Let's see. Do I have this set where I need to? Yeah. Oh no, it's going to do that thing tonight. Probably have like 10 million and one things open. I could close that one. Close that one. Close that one.
Americans expected a civil war in the next few years. 1 in 5.
Oh, it's going to be a bitch. Don't be a bitch. Let me drop it down even more. Put it on normal. Let's see if that helps. I had this all queued up.
In 2022, nearly half of Americans expected a civil war in the next few years. 1 in 5 now believes political violence is justified. And it's not just the US, but around the world. People increasingly see themselves as part of opposing teams. There are many different reasons for this, but one gets blamed.
It's driving me nuts with the, let's give it a second to like buffer or something. Oh, that's like a funny little face though. I like it. Wee. Let's see. Who said you wanted? Yeah, we're gonna open the pan. Are you not paying attention to what I just said? You gotta listen. You gotta listen. Yeah, Provo was here. On last Saturday, I think. Came in for the Saturday night sip and stream. Wheat flopples. Chaka. I like your name. Yo. Why do I feel like I just saw you somewhere? That face.
A lot, social media. Social media divides us, makes us more extreme and less empathetic. It riles us up or sucks us into doom scrolling, making us stressed and
This is pissing me off. Like, do the kids have some
depressed.
internet right now?
It feels like we need to touch grass and escape to the real world. New research shows that we might have largely...
Let me try to start it over one more time and see if that helps. And if not, I might lose my mind. And viewers.
2022, nearly half of Americans expected a civil war in the next few years. 1 in 5 now believes political violence is justified. And it's not just the US, but around the world. People increasingly see themselves as part of opposing teams. There are many different reasons for this, but one gets blamed a lot: social media. Social media divides us, makes us more extreme and less empathetic. It riles us up or sucks us into doom scrolling, making us stressed and depressed. It feels like we need to touch grass and escape to the real world. New research shows that we might have largely misinterpreted why this is the case.
I'm going to pause it for a second. Who got a timeout? Did somebody get timed out in the chat? Who got timed out? Who's playing over there? Somebody got a timeout. Who are you messing with, timeout? That was me. I fat fingered. Oh no, not D. Oh no, you timed out D. Oh D, don't go anywhere. It was an accident. Uncle Guns has fat fingers sometimes. He's one time I think he said, he's like, I dropped the phone or some shit like that. And it happened. You were not the first innocent bystander of fat fingering on the keyboard of the mods. So I apologize. Please accept my apology on Uncle Gun's behalf as well. Yeah, I pulled a Vega. I'm so sorry, D. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. We love D. D's awesome. So just stand by. It's only 5 minutes. We could sit here and sing you a happy birthday song or something to make you feel better. I don't know, but I apologize. Uncle Gun's bad. Bad Uncle Gun's. Imagine Sarah angry at her kids. Don't fuck with me. I'm mom. Mom's rule. All right, let's see if this is caught up yet.
Turns out that the social media internet may uniquely
It's driving me fucking nuts. It's driving me
undermine the way our brains work, but not in the way you think. The myth of the filter bubble.
The myth of the filter bubble. This is where he talks about...
You've probably heard about online filter bubbles. Algorithms give you exactly what you want or what they think you want. You only see information that shows you opinions that agree with yours, while dissenting opinions or information are filtered out. Since you only see content close to your worldview, more extreme and toxic opinions suddenly seem less extreme. You're trapped in a radicalizing filter bubble, and your view of the world becomes narrower and more extreme.
Does that sound familiar to anybody? As far as getting the your algorithm is just kind of set in a way where I don't know, you keep getting stuff that's like continuously the same thing, and then it spirals into more extreme. I noticed that and I'm going to say it, depending on conversations that, like, I can tell after Moderator Monday, whatever I'm saying, like, I swear to God, the next day, I'll, like, open up Facebook and the reels. Like, it's just everything that we just talked about. Excuse me for just a moment. That was funny. She legit needed a pickle jar opened. I guess this is kind of like always my joke for like, oh, well, the only reason I need a man is to open pickle jars. But that's, I still open them. It's funny. I guess I have no choice, right? Anyways, but I feel like the more deep diving we go into certain topics and things like that, the more my reels, like Facebook reels or posts that I see on Insta or whatever, like they get heavier and heavier and heavier. And I don't know if anybody else has. It does look like like an evil genie for Aladdin. Arabian Night. But anyways, I don't know if anybody else notices those types of things, but it just seems weird. Like, and every once in a while, I'll feel like there's an oppositional stance that pops in. But if I continue just swiping beyond it, like I feel like it'll start feeding me more of the stance I would take, and then feeding me like more and more and more and more. And it does. I feel like it gets more extreme. I don't know if anybody else noticed that. Anyways, back to Aladdin's evil genie.
Extreme filter bubbles seem to be rather rare. Studies that investigated what people actually look at online or are shown by search engines found little evidence that you're ideologically isolated. It's the exact opposite. Online, you are constantly confronted with opinions and worldviews that are not your own. It turns out that the place where you are the most ideologically isolated is your real life, in the real world with real people. Your real-world interactions with your friends, family, colleagues, and neighbors are much less diverse than your online bubble. The filter bubble exists in your real life, not online. Okay, wait. Online filter bubbles have been the prevailing explanation as to why we've all started hating each other more over the last 2 decades. If that's not the case, shouldn't the internet open our minds and make us more empathetic with each other? Unfortunately, your brain is stupid. Your brain is stupid. Human brains didn't evolve to understand the true nature of reality, but to navigate and maintain social structures. Our ancestors desperately needed each other to survive, so our brains had to make sure we cooperated. That's why social isolation or exclusion feels so horrible, because it was actually life-threatening.
Yay, D is free. We're so sorry, D. We're glad you're back with us. No, you're not grounded. You never were. Oh, good. Uncle Guns owes you a beer. So basically what he's saying here is like, we weren't meant to be isolated. We weren't meant to sit down in our basement talking to random people on the screen all day. We were meant to interact in person, socializing, because as he's saying here, it's a threat to be isolated. Like your survival skills depended on that. But now our survival skills, like we don't need survival skills as much as we would have, if we were cavemen. Basically, we have other tools and resources to utilize to keep us safe, and we don't have to hunt for our food, and we are not really hunted. For instance, we are at the top of the food chain when it comes to we're safe in our house. We're not necessarily going to fall prey to a wolf or a snake or a lion or anything like that, or a bear, man or bear. But we just no longer depend on that in a sense, right? So now it's kind of like, what else do our brains need to do? And our brains, I think, are kind of like getting mushy, because it's like, well, I don't have to utilize my body, my nervous system. I don't have to use my survival skills or survival instincts to survive. I just go to the fridge. I open the fridge. There's food in there. If there's no food in there, I have to go to work to make money, so I can put food in there, so on and so forth. I don't have to have a social life, because like in terms of interacting with people out in the real world, because I now have the World Wide Web at my fingertips, and now I can talk to all of you, right? So we've kind of created this new world for ourselves where, we're social, but we're social online. I'm starting to believe I might have more friends online now than I do in the real world. Or at least more connections. I don't know how to explain that. And certainly I have friends in the real world, but if you really sit down and think about it, because of my schedule, the only time I really have is for my online friends. I used to make the joke like, oh, I'm going to go play with my friends on the internet tonight. Hi, B-Love, how are you? Welcome back, my friend. But essentially, you know, like this works for me because I'm a streamer now, right? I'm monetized. It's kind of a part-time job. So like this, like coming and hanging out with you guys is the same as me going to work. Like you are now my coworkers, my associates. So you know, but I think there's some people where their social life only, yes, I am a professional streamer now. It's official. It's official, ladies and gentlemen. It's been official for a while, but it's officially official. Like we're taking this shit seriously now. Like we're going balls to the wall. But I think that, you know, there are some people where they're doing this for free, for fun. This is their social life. They don't have friends in the real world because you don't need them to survive. And so now their brains are like, wait a minute, like I needed human connection. I needed people. I needed to be outside. I need all of these other things. So I think that's where we kind of get mushy. Anyways, here's our lag again. I want to speak to the manager. You can refer to Michelle. She is my co-producer. And she probably doesn't give a fuck even more than I don't give a fuck. If you haven't been paying attention. Fuck! I just lost the whole damn thing. What the hell? I don't know what's going on tonight. I apologize. Is Tomato doing ASMR? I didn't get the memo. Hello, Wheat Flapples. How are you this evening? Maybe I'll just do that for the rest of the night, because this is like really extremely obnoxious and annoying me right now. I don't know what's going on, but it's like lagging. Somebody make it stop. I've closed out everything.
Survived. A divided tribe died. The way communities worked for thousands of years is that, sure, you may have disliked a neighbor, but because you lived close to each other, you also rooted for the same sports club or saw them at church. You both thought that the people from the other village were idiots. Being physically close made you familiar and created similarities that bridged the gap of different worldviews so you didn't murder each other. And your worldview was probably not that different in the first place because it was formed by the same local culture.
So community, he's talking about community. Hi, Gray Pill. Welcome back. Salute to the chat and panel. Crybabies. And hello, Nightish. Hello, Bandit. Hotep, welcome back. Yes, hello. Oh my God, calling this a chat room makes me think of AOL. Anybody else? What chat room are you in tonight? ASL. So basically saying like your community, you tolerated indifference because you as a whole, collectively, culturally, community-wise, were still similar in everything else. Like you still, that's what made you a community, is having the same thought process, background, experience, or ambitions, goals, or what you wanted for your community. You know, so that's what made it special. Like that's like you fought for the group as a whole, because if one falls, you all fall, right? And it was like that's your protective unit. That's to me, I look at that as like that's my family, my immediate family, my brothers, my mother, my father, my children. Like that's my immediate family. That is my community, my culture, my group. You know, I'd fight to the death for any one of them. So yeah, who farted? Stop it. That's disgusting. Yeah, we usually do those Sunday nights, and actually Adam 87, I spoke about it earlier. The Sunday night Sleepy Tomato is moving to Patreon. So I'll get that all set up. It's kind of set up, but I'll get it further set up a little later. Anyways, but I think when we're in a community, as a culture, as a whole unit, we kind of have to get along. Yeah, we can have some things that we may disagree on, but overall, you know, as a team, we're still fighting, you know, for us.
Our brains evolved, this was enough. Whoever was around was similar to us. We liked what was similar to us. This kept us aligned enough to work together despite our differences. As humanity moved on from small tribes to towns and cities, from chiefdoms to kingdoms to nations, Our brains and our communities had to adapt to more diverse sets of neighbours. We began to meet on the town square or in universities where we argued and screamed at each other. But in the grand scheme of things, communities were still relatively isolated, we were still pretty similar and aligned with the people around us. Conflict and disagreement are not a bad thing per se. Tension over how we should live can create new and wonderful things. Our values, norms, and taboos are always evolving, and whatever we think is normal today will not be normal in the future. But we also need social glue to hold our societies together, because our brains don't care about the meta level of humanity, but about being safe in a tribe. Until about 20 years ago, we did something truly new that hit our brains like a freight train: the social media internet, the digital town square. Don't you dare disagree with me. Social sorting. In a nutshell, our brains are not able to process the amount of disagreement we encounter on the social internet. The very mechanisms that made it possible for our ancestors to work together in the first place are derailed in ways we were not prepared for.
And I think some opposition is good, right? This is what provokes thought. If we all just agreed and got along, then we wouldn't advance. We wouldn't like culturally be able to advance. We wouldn't be able to promote or provoke any further thought processes to do better, improve, do differently, or find more efficient ways, or just be different as a whole of society. And so I do think that like some opposition or the difficult conversations, maybe not necessarily debate, but just disagreement can be a good thing. And I'm not saying you're going to change everybody's mind, but you will provoke a thought process to make them think, maybe they were onto something here, you know. And I'm not saying everybody is going to be like that. Some people are stubborn as an ox, but overall, I think that we can still, you know, always continue to ask questions, always ask why, always ask how, and always ask how can we do it better, or how can we be better, or so on and so forth.
Whether you want it to or not, your brain sorts people by worldviews and opinions into teams. This is not simply tribalism, it goes further. Researchers have called this process social sorting. On the digital town square, you encounter people that express opinions or share information that clash with your worldview. But unlike your neighbor, they don't root for your local sports club. You're missing the local social glue your brain needs to align with them. For your brain, the disagreement between yourself and them becomes a central part of their identity. And this makes it less likely that you will seriously consider their position or opinion in the future. If you hear bad things about them, your brain is much more likely to believe it uncritically.
So one thought process I had when I first saw this portion was YouTube channels, content creators, right? And I'm going to use this as an example because I think it's a really great example. So the Crucible, for instance, Andrew Wilson has a very large audience, and they would, not to say they're blind, but they would blindly follow him into a fire pit if he said, like, follow me, let's go, because they have that community, that culture, that recognition of like, we have the same feelings, so therefore, like, I'll just agree with anything else. If anybody were to say something bad, you know, like his people would instantly like say, no, that's wrong, or screw you, or whatever. I don't care. You know, and it's very specific how you can see this, like if you take a step back and scope out, you can see how his community is built to be a community, a unit, and they're very solid. They have that social glue, even though they're socially tuned in via social media. That would be like a family, you know, of like, I don't know, 10 brothers in a family, trying to split any one of them apart, and they'll tear you a new one before you even can try. So I think that's how I interpreted this originally with the social media. That was the way I could spin it for content creators, by way of how it can work in terms of that social glue, that building of the unit, or developing that camaraderie between one another, and just kind of like following your leader blindly, and kind of getting along with your community and protecting your community. Whereas outside of stuff like that, that's a very like selective style. I think there's a lot of content creators that do have their fan groups that operate that way, but maybe not to that degree. But outside of this is saying like, yeah, you can meet people on social media, find disagreement or so on and so forth, and even if you might agree on one thing, you still just throw them out with, like baby with the bathwater kind of thing, because they're not your community. They're not your people. You're not going to protect them. You know, you don't have that solid like connection and glue to them. Whereas like Michelle and I are very glued well together. We've been doing this well over 2 years now and interacting. I still have yet to actually meet her in person. She could be somebody completely different and I wouldn't know. But we have developed a glue where if somebody says shit about my girl, I'm gonna not be happy, you know, and protect her just the same. Like Grace talking shit about Michelle, she can go fuck. Like Grace can go fuck herself, you know. Or when Project VO Jake was talking shit to me, like Michelle's like, no, we're not going to play that game. Like we have a developed and established like social glue between us. We are now like a family unit, you know, we are as a whole. Whereas if somebody came on and started talking shit about, I don't know, Bandit, like I'm not using this against you, Bandit, but I don't know you well enough, honey. You're here. And I'd be like, well, you know, maybe we could figure this out and you guys could talk together, but I'm not going to defend it to like the utmost degree either, you know, because I don't know you. You're just some person on the internet. You're just an avatar at this point, you know, but I think that, I think we just don't, we just, it's easier to just hit block or unfriend or unfollow, unsubscribe, unlike, all of those things. We could just hit that and move on with our lives. We're not losing anything. Whereas when we're connected in a unit, in a community, in a cult, you can't just, you know, log off and go away. So that's where that kind of big differentiator comes in. Like you have to deal with it daily. And if you, you know, disagree with everybody in your community, you're going to have a problem. You're going to be like the weird old dude that nobody likes. So just a, you know, random thought process there.
On the flip side, there are people who share your worldview and are maybe even more similar to you than many people in your real life, which makes your brain like them a lot and kind of hyper-align with them. People who think like you are probably good people because you're a good person and whatever social group you belong to is good. So your brain is more likely to believe their opinions. If you hear bad things about them, your brain is much more likely to dismiss it uncritically. The engagement-driven social internet makes it worse because it wants to keep you online as long as possible. And the most engaging emotion is, unfortunately, anger. The more angry you get, the more likely you are to share and engage.
Yes. Now you know why we have Moderator Monday, right? Like, I mean, tension builds, and it is a marketing tool that a lot of channels, you know, can use. But the more controversial the topic, the more tension built up on screen, the more angrier your fans are for you. Like if you're taking a verbal beating on a panel, your fans are going to be here fighting for you in the chat. Like that's common sense. And yes, anger fuels more interaction and engagement. Like I can go back through my analytics and I can see that the hot spots and see what's on screen and know like, yep, that was high tension, high buildup. I mean, you could just, I mean, in any channel could do that, right? And that's why the drama, like the drama streams can sell really well and market really well, and the engagement, because they, you know, if you're making fun of somebody for something and it's something that your community as a whole would typically hate or want to engage in, like it sells. This is why Tree of Logic, she did really well with her stuff, because she's built on like, let the chat hate these people, you know, and it's a great marketing tool. It's just, you know, sometimes used in the wrong way.
And this leads to social media amplifying the most extreme and controversial opinions. It optimizes not only to show us disagreement, but the worst disagreement possible. And because your stupid brain is sorting people into teams, whatever the worst opinions are, it assigns the same opinions to everybody on the other team. What's striking and new about online polarization is that all the aspects of our lives that make us individuals, our lifestyle choices, the comedians or shows we watch, our religion, sense of fashion and so on, are condensed, making it seem that they're parts of opposing and mutually exclusive identities. This simplifies and distorts disagreements about how we should run society so much that it often seems as if the people on the other team are actively, willfully making the world worse. That they're almost evil, beyond convincing with rationality, facts, or civil discussion.
Does this sound like left versus right? Like, I mean, this is political 101 in terms of like the politics of social, even on, oh, look at Michelle coming in with her membership chatter. Just because. Oh, we love you, Michelle. We absolutely love you. What the tomato TOS? What? I don't know what you're talking about there. Anyways, but in terms of politics, left wingers, right wingers, like everybody thinks the other side's evil, and it keeps rolling and rolling and rolling. If you're for abortion, against abortion, like you just hate anybody that's in opposition. If you're, I don't know, I mean, like we get feminism and anti-feminism, like you get put in a box and they immediately just think you're tearing the world down. I mean, we've seen this over here on YouTube in and of itself on the surface level. I mean, it's just, anything else that you say after that is unworthy of a conversation because you've already been put in this box. And that's where, it's kind of like, this is where I think that we get too hung up, right? We don't want to listen to the conversation. We don't want to have the conversations, and they're going to be hard conversations, but nobody's listening. So at this point, you might as well mark it on the tension, right? Fuck it.
While you are, of course, on the correct team, it may be hard to process that you may seem like that to people on the other team. On a societal level, this is dissolving the social glue that's the foundation of our democracies. If we think our neighbors are evil, how can we live together? This is especially bad in the US, where the two-party system makes it extra easy to think of people in terms of teams. Negative opinion about the other party has reached record highs. Okay, is there something we can learn from this? Is there something we can do? Something more positive, opinion part. In the end, it's important to be aware of what social media does to your brain. It's easier to change yourself than to change the world, so you can self-examine why you believe the things you believe and whether you dismiss or believe information based on who the person is who is stating that information. The internet comes with a lot of ups and downs, and just like we had to adapt from living in small tribes to living in cities, we need to adapt to the information age where we have access to billions of people. Evolution is too slow, so we need to find models that work with what our brains are able to tolerate. One model that seemed to work well was the pre-social media internet old people might remember. Bulletin boards, forums, blogs. The main difference to today was twofold. For one, there were no algorithms fighting to keep you online at any cost. At some point, you were done with the internet for the day, as mind-blowing as this may sound. But more importantly, the old internet was very fractured, split into thousands of different communities, like small villages gathering around shared beliefs and interests. These villages were separated from each other by digital rivers or mountains. These communities worked because they mirrored real life much more than social media. Each village had its own culture and set of rules. Maybe one community was into rough humor and soft moderation, another had strict rules and banned easily. If you didn't play by the village rules, you'd be banned. Or
Yes, if you don't play the village rules, you'd be banned. And that still continues even now. I mean, we have it over here. Like every channel has their own set of like guiding rules or ways in which they operate. And there's certain things that we'll ban for, certain things that we're like, whatever. And then you go to another channel, it's completely opposite, and that's part of developing your community and what you tolerate, what you allow, what you absolutely like no zones, and I think that's part of what you're building. That's your community and what you accept and what you don't accept. I mean, I think that's why I like my channel, even more so because we host so many communities. I'm really proud of this work. Like this has taken a lot of kind of like navigating through different groups of people and playing by different people's rules all day, every day, right? But then they can all come over here, and it's kind of a little more like now we're just gonna kind of open the door up and let like there's just not as many rules, but the few rules I do have, we have to abide by. But like we're an open community here where everybody's filtering in. Like this is not my community. This is a web of communities. It's a connector of communities. And that's what I love the most about the way we operate. Like we bring people from different places, put them on a panel, and we see what happens. And you all bring your viewers with you. You know, you bring your fans, your people that want to see you, like go to toe or just be on a panel or whatever. And the amount of conversations and experiences we've had, like we go exact opposite of what this video is kind of saying, where everybody's kind of like stuck in their own little groups. Like we do exactly opposite. We bring all of the different groups to one screen. And I kind of like I take pride in that. Like it's a lot of work to be able to do that and navigate through different groups of people and be able to get along with all of them. It doesn't work with all of them, but it works with the most. Like being able to, wow, am I the definition of a chameleon in that sense? Except I'm not doing it with intentions of harming anybody or anything like that. I think it's more of a chameleon by way of being able to get along with everybody. Not necessarily like falsify your way through getting along with people. It's actually legit just getting along with people. Or maybe I could just get along with people, everybody from different places. I've always kind of been that way. But in any event, I like that we do that here so that we don't end up in this system of, number one, echo chambers, but number two, developing a culture based on specifically hating one group or another, you know, or hating one thing over another. Like we allow the conversation to be had. Now, I will say we do sit a little bit more on the right side here, also a little bit more on the red-pilled side as well, you know, in terms of majority. But I think we've done a pretty good job with expanding our horizons and gathering different, you know, people from different groups. So we're playing in the left side a little bit more, and it's definitely showing on screen, and I do like that. But that's how we avoid this stuff.
Or you could just go and move to another village that suited you better. So instead of all of us gathering in one place, overwhelming our brains at a town square that in the end just leads us to going insane, one solution to achieve less social sorting may be extremely simple. Go back to smaller online communities. Because what our stupid brains don't realize is that we are actually all on the same team. Humanity, on a wet rock speeding through space in a universe that doesn't think about us. We are all in this together. But until our brains adjust to being able to deal with that, we might be better off being a tiny bit separated.
Yeah, I agree. You know, in essence of, you know, one team's, you know, same goal is we all want to survive. But survivability, like you can do it like quality versus quantity. Dumpster fire. We're going to go ahead and drop that link for sure. I wish my mods could pin stuff because it would be so much easier. But yeah, well, of course we want to say, naturally we want to say, yeah, we're all in this together. We all want to live, you know, but what is your definition of living at that aspect? What is your hopes and dreams and like how you're living that life and how you live your life? Is that affecting the way I can live my life and so on and so forth? I dropped the link. I pinned it. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to finish this last couple of minutes, and then I'm going to do a short little commercial break so I can go tinkle real quick. And then I'll bring everybody on.
One of the worst things about the media we consume is that most news organizations tend to cater to one team, making you feel you're on the correct side. Ground News, the sponsor of this video, is trying to make these biases more transparent by giving you tools that help you think critically about the information you consume, a mission we wholeheartedly support. Ground News gathers related articles from around the world in one place so you can compare how different outlets and sites cover them. They provide context about the source of the information, if they have a political bias, how reliable their reporting is, and who owns them. This makes the news less stressful and makes you understand the world much better. If you want to check them out...
That's interesting. I mean, it's definitely an advertisement, but interesting that that's even a thing. Oh, was there another friendly fire? Did somebody else get timed out on accident? Uh-oh, Michelle. What happened? Were you deleting something or timed somebody out? Sorry. Michelle does whatever she wants over here anyways. She's allowed to do everything. So whatever. You'll be all right. You'll live. All right. Short commercial break. Granny Slut coming in. I got to pee, and then I do see Bandit backstage. And if anybody else wants to go ahead and hop on panel, the floor is yours, guys. Give me just a second.
This message is sponsored in part by Glam Support. Why pay child support when you can give her this kit instead? Because that's what you think she spends your money on anyways, right? Death Deluxe. When you're too afraid to break up with your girlfriend, we will have her convinced you're dead. Our services include a fake doctor to deliver the bad news, acting classes for your friends and family, and a complete funeral and burial service to seal the deal. Yes, dear. Never say the wrong thing again. This device comes complete with a list of all the right things to say so that you can pre-record your answers to your wife. The list includes, yes, dear, those jeans look great, I'll take care of that now, and many more. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Men's Ego Network, where the women have no value at all.
All right. Thank you for being so patient. Let me see. Overlay. Let me just make sure this is Bandit. How are you tonight?
I'm doing well. How's it going?
I'm doing great. Thoughts on the topic this evening?
Oh, I got a ton. There's a couple of things. If you want to look at society as a whole, there's a couple of reasons why society works and society doesn't work. You need to have a shared community, and that's mostly based off of principles, values, ethics, morals, and that can be defined as religion, that can be defined as a constitution, that can be defined by a couple different things. But the key thing is, if you're not slaying it with your neighbors and you're not trying to grow together, you're never going to be a society. You're always going to be fighting for those resources, because life's hard. Life's not easy. It's a team effort here. If you're not having the mentality that I need other people to actually get what I want, and I'm not saying use people, but I'm saying you go to your neighbor and you have that conversation. Hey, what can I do to help you? Let's have a game night, that kind of stuff, and build your local community that way.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, when times get tough, you're of course you're going to come there. But how many times do we go and we don't even know who our neighbors are anymore? So how can you actually decide to have like a society when you don't even know who your neighbors are? You're clued in on the internet. You talk to people in different states. Like, that's your community, but in a sense, it's kind of like a faux community, because when you really need things, they're not going to help you out. Like you said before, you have no idea who I am. Like, and
right.
It's kind of that it's kind of like the same way of looking at it as, okay, I have, so many people that add me to, Facebook, for example. I have all these friends, but do I really talk to these friends every single day? Like, who are my true friends? Your friend circles normally like 10, right. 15 people. That's your community, not the, your following. And that's the easiest way to explain it to most people. People view their following as their community, which it is in the colloquial sense, but when times get tough, that's not really your community. It's the 15 people you speak to every single day. It's right. The people that, they call you up and say, I need help. You drop it on a dime and helping those people. That's your community.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I think that, I think especially, and I don't know how old you are, but I know my generation,
I'll be
like
40 in about a week.
oh, so yeah, we're the same age range, but a lot of us, like, if you knock on our door, we think something's wrong. We're like, why is somebody knocking on my door? We don't like being intermingled anymore. We don't like want people to just stop by and say hi. We're like, that's weird. And I think some of that probably came from, being the kids at home alone, mom's at work or dad's at work or whatever, and like you could never answer the door because you were home alone or something like that. I was trying to think of that the other day, like, why does that bother me?
It's social conditioning, but it's like a muscle. Think about it like the ability to actually communicate someone, to actually have a verbal communication with somebody, to know like I should stop talking, when should I start listening. Like, it's a skill, and just like any other skill, if you don't use it, it goes away. And then if you're not going to practice that skill, it gets awkward. A good way of putting it is, imagine going to do an oral presentation. Everybody dreads oral presentations, okay? Because no one has that skill. There's certain people that do it every single day and they're great at it. But if you're not practicing it every day, it's not a good skill. Like, you get terrified. Now, think about communicating with somebody. If you can't talk to somebody because you haven't done it in a while, you're just a keyboard warrior. I'm not saying you are, I'm just saying in general. You lose that skill. And why do you think today we have so many people with like social anxiety disorder and all this other things? It's because you're not thrown to the wolves like most people back in the past. I mean, before, if I wanted to date somebody, I had to go and actually, tap them on the shoulder,
right?
Actually have a conversation, have the expectation that I'm probably gonna get shot down the first 90 times, and that extra 10%, that's what I'm going for. Having the understanding to stay away from certain topics. Instead of talking politics, maybe I could talk about sports and current events. You know what I mean? Like, all these social cues kind of disappear, and now everybody is going in and not being able to talk about everything that you're supposed to not talk about. Like, politics is supposed to be like, what you talk at the dinner table and maybe with your close friends, and that's about it.
Is that because you got nothing to lose though? Because if I'm a keyboard warrior, right, and I'm going in I'm watching a debate and I'm just saying all sorts of crazy stuff, whether it's right, left, up, down, whatever, nobody's gonna, like, I have nothing to lose tomorrow. If I went to my neighbor's house, and let's say they had like a pride flag hanging, and I went to my neighbors and I started talking all the trash that some people, like to talk in the chats or something, it's probably going to be really awkward, going forward, seeing my neighbor and interacting with them, from then on. Now I have something to lose in terms of like, now that's just going to be weird to have to wave to my neighbor who now thinks I'm an asshole.
But the difference is, before your neighbor, you were around your neighbor your whole entire life. You knew their family. You knew like, you helped Jimmy out. You know his awkward times. You know his best times. If he had a pride flag out and you disagree with him, you would say, okay, I disagree with you on this topic, but that doesn't mean I'm not your friend. We don't have that today. Now it's it's literally us versus them. You have a pride flag, and I have a, we'll just say an American flag. You know what I stand for. And the other problem is, there's, no matter what your freak on is, there's always a community for that freak. So there's no, prime example, like, for everybody agrees that furries are a little on the weird side. But there's furry communities. So what it comes down to is, I can be as, weird as I ever wanted to be, and I have a community to back me up. And we've never had that as a society. There's always been social norms where you had, this is where everybody lays, and then there's the outliers. Now, the outliers were always the weird people, and they weren't ostracized from society, but in a sense they were, but it kept everybody in line. Now everybody has their own special freak on. Like, if you wanted to go to the dark areas on the internet, you could. We'll just keep it.
Okay,
keep it PC like that.
in one way we're splitting communities, but in other ways we're allowing communities to create a community because they're people that are so scattered out around the world that they would have never found each other in the real world if it weren't for social
Hmm.
media. So
Yes.
like for instance the furries, like yeah, there might be one other one in your town, but if you get on the internet, you can actually go to a website or a specific social media page and find an entire group of them.
Hmm. But the difference is here, you're not really having the conversations like you should be having. Like if I'm having a game night and I have all my friends and they all have different, perspectives on things. Like
Mhm.
I can have a free conversation with my friends, and we're not going to agree on. We're probably going to agree about 60% of the stuff, but
Mhm.
that's cool because we grew up. You were raised differently. I can respect what's going on. If I've never met you and we don't have that relationship, like it's really easy to make it an us versus them mentality, and that's what
Mhm.
most of the problem is today. It's us versus them, and
Mhm.
this has always been the linchpin of a democracy is coalition building. So if you understand coalition building, you understand why we're in the crap we're in today. It's because no one can get the 51% that they need to change rules. So what they do is they say, I'll take this group of people, we'll just use the left, for example. I'm going to take trans people. I'm going to take people with abortions. I'm going to take women's causes and all this stuff. And now I have my 51%. So guess what? I don't care about the 49% at this point. They can go pound sand because I got my coalition now and I can get whatever I went past because I met that 51%. So
Mhm.
now you're taking not just a small part of the population that doesn't have a right to say, you're having half the country not being able to say what they want. And then you have a significant part of the population that feels like their values are not getting talked about. Oh man, you're just priming the country for civil war because you push people in a corner, they're gonna snap, and that's what's happening now. Everybody's getting pushed into a corner, and it's both sides. That's the scary
Mhm.
part this time.
Yeah.
This has never happened at least in my history. Like looking at
I've
history,
never heard
I
of
have
it
never
happening
seen it where
before.
both sides feel threatened, and
Yeah.
they're taking this to the extreme point. I mean, like I said, I'm really trying not to bring politics involved, but it's hard not to talk
It's a
politics when
good
you're talking about
well,
society.
it's a good way to compare it, and it's not like you and I are arguing politics,
Yeah,
so it's a good
but
example.
I'll just keep it topical so we don't devolve into politics. But
Mhm.
like you're looking at potentially a third assassination attempt today on Donald Trump, or 2 days
Really?
ago. Yeah, they were using some kind of heat waves. There's like 20 people sick right now with like people going blind and all this other stuff. Like at a
What?
Trump rally. Yeah, it happened 2 days ago. But my whole point is they're actively trying to kill the political leader that people are that are fanatic about. Like you kill Harris, there's a problem. You kill Trump, there's going to be a massive problem. And we're getting to the point where both sides aren't even speaking to each other. They're just basically
Mhm.
we're in our camps. I don't. If this keeps up, I mean, it's only going to get worse. If this keeps up, you're literally going to destroy society. Like country's going to be going to literally devolve into civil war. Because how are you going to
Well,
resolve it? If I feel like I can't get my views across, especially YouTube. YouTube is a major problem in this because they're hampering speech. So if I feel like I can't get my word out, I'm going to become more radical. You want more speech than less speech. Like back in the
there's
90s,
plenty of other platforms, right? So,
not really. I mean, not that has the
but
viewership.
you just have to do it
Rumble,
in a different way. I mean, and I look at it this way, like it's the same as being a public school versus a private school. So like a private school, they can make whatever rules they want, right? As long as it's not violating people's certain, rights and so on and so forth. But at a public school, like it's one size fits all kind of ruling across the counties, across the cities, or whatever, and they're government owned. So you have to abide by like whatever the government policies are, especially in regards to schools. YouTube has the same concept going. Like publicly, you can go out and stand in the middle of the street and start talking whatever you want to talk. But privately on YouTube, it is a platform, a dashboard that they have their rules, and that's
It's
what
the
you
public
either.
square, though, and
But
it views a
but
certain
it's
way. So
still
I'm
it's
just
still
saying,
a private company. Like it's not, you know what I mean? Like it's not a
well,
government entity.
but it's a platform that's acting like a publisher, and this is the issue. You got to pick your lane. Either you're a publisher or you're a platform. And
No, I still agree that YouTube can make whatever rules it wants, and you can
but
either
I'm
abide
just
by
if we're
it.
talking societal problems, this is what I'm getting at with the societal problems. If a certain group during COVID could not say like, "Hey, this is bad. We should really talk about vaccines," and I'm just going to leave it
Mhm.
like that because of YouTube once again. But if they feel like they can't get their views out, and now they're pushed in the corner because now anytime you have certain speech where it's barred from, and it's not bad speech, you're not calling for violence or anything like that. You take that speech away from people. People feel like they're in a corner and they're going to react, and that's the problem. You have to put this as some ways this is causing radicalization, and that's an issue. Like we're supposed to de-escalate things, and the only way to de-escalate things is have like what we're having now, a discussion on the issues. We present our facts, and we might agree to disagree at the end. I mean, I think we agree more than we disagree, but I'm just saying on the purpose of this, if we're agreeing to disagree, that should be rewarded compared to just not having the conversation. And now I feel that I'm threatened that I can't speak, or I don't have the ability to speak. And now what normally happens is your views become more extreme, and then we lose the middle, and then society falls apart. Then it's just we're siloed into us versus them mentality, because it's
Well, but
not.
isn't that a inability to regulate on your own
No,
demise? Like,
it's manipulation of the powers that be to control people.
but
So,
it's what it
like I
is
have
though
no
is
view.
is
It's a
it's
release
this is
valve.
a video platform, right?
Hmm.
And with the option to do live streaming and develop subscribers, and you can monetize off of it. It's a video platform, right? Some people utilize it to get news out. Some people utilize it to talk drama. Some people utilize it to have conversations such as this. I mean, that's the great thing about YouTube is it allows you to go in whatever different angles you want. Um, However, I think that if you have the inability to regulate yourself, for instance, you're on a platform, you're talking, you feel constricted per se, and that you can't say everything you want to say. Okay, that's just you have to back away and go find another way to really speak your thoughts. And
And
whether
that's a
that's
problem,
that's
because
not
what
a
happens is
problem. It's
people
a
go.
private video
But
platform. It would
I'm just
just be
saying.
the same as me uploading videos to, I don't know, like MySpace or something,
Yeah.
but they're only platformed to my friends, I guess you could say, or maybe private in of itself. It's basically a place where you can put your videos.
But it brings up the whole purity spiral thing, and this is the problem with like, we'll just say cults in a sense. I'm just going to dumb this down real quick. Like, purity spiral in a nutshell is I can't get my view across, so then I'm going to have a more radical view, and then I'm going to look at cult leaders to facilitate those views, and then because there's always any kind of group on the internet, those viewpoints get more and more solidified, and then you start kicking out the less pure people, and it ends up like it fosters more extremism on both sides. So like, you look at cults in general, the only way you can keep a cult together is to make it more and more extreme, because you need to create more and more fanatical people, and that's what we're creating today. We're creating, and it's scary. It's beyond. But the only way you can de-escalate that is having the ability to say whatever you want, so you can have that open debate.
Those people are choosing to be one-minded, one-mind-oriented, one-way oriented, right? Like if I were to write a paper, like when I was in college, and I had to write an essay, like I want to ensure the research that I'm doing shows pro and against of whatever opinion I'm going to be giving on the matter. because I want to ensure that the opinion I'm giving is set based on informing myself of everything I can take in on the topic.
Yep.
So that is a skill set for
I agree,
critical
but
thinking. And
if I
I
don't have
think that unfortunately these groups of people who are like they just one way oriented and they don't venture out to find other opinions, unfortunately that is a personal problem. And yes, you may feel like you're being constricted and your voice can't be heard, but be mindful that maybe your voice being heard is a scary one too. If it's so far that it's considered radical, then that is something you should consider and thought of, like, well, am I being too radical to the point where I'm having to be per se hushed on a platform?
Yeah. Well, that's my whole point. YouTube is creating the environment where this is happening because they're banning the open discussion, and that's what I'm getting at here. Society at this point is you have, we'll call it the it's a what's that called? Wow, I'm drawing a brain fart right now with the acceptable political speech that in a society, wherever something window. I'm really drawing
I can't help you there. I mean, I would think of like politically correct or something to that degree.
Yeah, it's politically correct, but it's called something window. I'm really drawing a brain fart right now, but those viewpoints are what we can talk about, and then you have the little more of the extreme parts. They're kind of put on the rug, and this is why like freedom of speech is so important, because it's to de-escalate the situation, not to we're supposed to allow radical people to, and I'm not saying I am radical, I'm saying this is the problem with society. If people are not allowed to voice their radical viewpoints, and we're not allowed to either shame them or go in and try to de-escalate those people through having an open discussion, people get radicalized. So I always, no matter how insanely bad someone's viewpoints are, I'd rather them be known for who they are and what they stand for than having it thrown under the rug, and then that rug catches on fire and burns the house down. So that's what's happening right now. It's like we're a giant giraffe a camel sticking our head in the sand, hoping that this speech isn't happening, la la la, as the house is burning, because these people get radicalized, and that's the downside of all society. We're supposed to understand everybody's viewpoints. Now, do we agree with everybody's viewpoints? Hell no. Everybody's going to have their own special values and principles, but we need to agree on a certain parameter of standards. If we don't have standards, we don't have society. And that's where I talk about like ethics, morals, values, and principles. If we don't share those, that's the building block of society. We don't share those, we don't have society.
Okay. So you say if we don't have standards, right? Well, YouTube has its own set of standards. Yeah. That's their standards. That is the stance that they are taking.
But they're allowed,
are allowed to take that. It's not like a public or government entity of any sort. It is a private company who happens to operate on video storage and creation. And they're allowed to
you can't
would you demand that? Would you demand that of I don't know, like a food company that they have to, I don't know, it's a vegan food company. Would you demand that they sell meat, even though it's not the stance that
it depends if growing meat was in the Constitution or not. If our standard to society is freedom of speech.
But if that is their enterprise. That is what they stand on, and that's their speech. Their speech is saying we're not going to tolerate certain things on our platform because we're not going to be known as a like a crapshoot of shit, for instance. And I can respect that. As much as we want to say freedom of speech. Okay, let's say you're a publicist or you're an editor or whatever at a newspaper company, and the newspaper company is very right-winged. and you have this crazy leftist thought process, and you put together a whole column and you write it all up and you give it to your editor and you're like, hey, you know, this is my column for the week. And he's like, no, we're not going to put this up there. You still have your freedom of speech, but they don't have to put it on there.
Yeah, but there's a difference here. One's claiming to be a
I
publisher
am technically like a semi-employee, like I'm a contractor partner of YouTube. So they are my employee, and not everybody's monetized or in that, piece. Like some people just do this for fun or whatever, which is fine as well. But you are still under their terms and agreement. You've agreed that if you're going to utilize their platform and they're going to be the host dashboard for it, you have to agree to that. It's a contract.
But you can't claim that you're a publisher and a platform at the same time. That is a giant bait and switch. And the problem is if there was an alternative where where you're having a societal basically marketplace of ideas, like we've never had any time in society where the place that we're having conversations now is not at the dinner table, it's on YouTube. Okay. That's where freedom of speech is so important. Like if to use your example, if eating vegan was in the Constitution, that we had to you have to eat vegan, then the government can go and say, if you're selling meat, we're going to ban you from the country because that's our set of values. However, now we agreed in the Constitution as a societal standard of freedom of speech. And then you're having an organization where they're having the majority of the conversations happening on society level. And it's used to swing elections now, where certain speech can happen and now certain other speech can't be happening, and it's political now. People are falling apart now because we can't have that discussion, because the open area of opportunity to have disagreements is now taken away. That's a problem.
All right, let me try this one on you.
Okay.
You go into the grocery store and you start trying to have conversations with people in the store about whatever belief system you have. Maybe it's you're anti-abortion or something, right? And you just go around and you start talking to the people in the store, and you're starting to make people uncomfortable, and the store owner comes and asks you to kindly remove yourself. Well, you're just having conversations, freedom of speech, right? Would you constitutionally be protected in that moment?
Constitutionally?
Yeah.
If it's not calling for violence, because we agree as a society that we can call the violence as a crime. And that's the other thing.
The answer is no. The answer is no. You're not constitutionally protected. You're just having conversations, right? Freedom of speech. I can, but because it is a private company and you are on their property, they have the option and ability to say, we reserve the right to refuse service. Please exit our company. Get out of our store. Goodbye.
But the main difference here is
the same thing with YouTube. It's just not a building. It's not a store. It's simply on the internet, and they can say we reserve the right to refuse, and they can say we don't like.
But you can't refuse a right, though. That's the main difference.
I just gave you an example of them. Like, you're not constitutionally protected to go into that company, into the grocery store, and start talking to people about weird shit or things that make them uncomfortable. YouTube is the same thing. It's just not a building that you're going into. It is a platform that you are live streaming on in the moment, and videos you're creating, and they can still choose the right. They have the right to refuse service. They have the right to say, you know what, we don't want you here. Goodbye. They have that right.
That's where I have the disagreement now, because we have rules for what is a platform and what is a publisher. And this is the crux of the problem. You have to pick a lane. You can't be a publisher and a provider at the same time. If you want to be a provider where you can have an open place where you can talk about ideas and not be sued because they don't own the rights to the material, that's fine. YouTube should be a provider and not a publisher. Now, when you start hampering speech like a newspaper does, where they have opinions, everybody's understanding that these are opinions, that we're going to have certain values, that's okay too. But I have the complete understanding. We're not muddying the waters. We're saying on certain aspects I'm a publisher, and certain aspects I'm a provider. That's where I'm having the biggest issue. It would be like, okay, it's illegal to kick someone out of a casino due to what's say skin color. But if I go and say, oh, I think they're cheating, I can just kick them out. Eventually, people are going to be like, I'm not going to that casino anymore. However, if that's the only casino in the country where you can have an open debate, or you can only gamble at, there's an issue, and we have a problem with That's why we got rid of monopolies, and that's the same thing right now. YouTube has a monopoly on basically the marketplace of ideas. Like no one else. Like Rumble's might have 10%. They're trying, but Rumble's never going to compete with YouTube. You know.
Well, their dashboard is terrible. I could tell you that their
That's
dashboard is terrible. So I've set up a Rumble, and I only put certain shows on it, but I could tell you it's a pain in my butt just setting it up, and it's like almost not worth it to me. But I want to ensure that I'm utilizing different platforms that I can. But I think additionally the thought process of like a publisher can't, if you were a book publisher too, like you could still choose like, no, we're not gonna, like we're gonna toss that book. I mean, you still have that. It's still like authors creating the work, and then the publisher publishing it and just dispersing it and so on, distributing it, blah blah blah, and they can just be like, you know what, we're gonna pull it. We don't want to do it anymore. It sucks, or we don't like it. It's radical.
But imagine if you use the grocery store argument. Imagine if I didn't like your viewpoints, and all the grocery stores in the whole entire state decided I'm not gonna give food to you. So like that's why we have providers like electric companies and everything else. They have to give you electric it doesn't matter on your viewpoints, because we determine that.
Bear with me. I'm gonna put on a commercial break real quick. My dogs are going off, and I need to figure out why. Just hold on just a second, Spicoli.
This message is sponsored in part by Glam Support. Why pay child support when you can give her this kit instead? Because that's what you think she spends your money on anyways, right? Death Deluxe. When you're too afraid to break up with your girlfriend, we will have her convinced you're dead. Our services include a fake doctor to deliver the bad news, acting classes for your friends and family, and a complete funeral and burial service to seal the deal. Yes, dear. Never say the wrong thing again. This device comes complete with a list of all the right things to say so that you can pre-record your answers to your wife. The list includes, yes, dear, those jeans look great, I'll take care of that now, and many more. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Men's Ego Network, where the women have no value at all and the men have to bring everything to the table. I'm the Raging Tomato here, reporting to you live the news from the Manosphere. You're watching the Tomato Stew. This week, concerns are flying across the Manosphere regarding the drastic increase on women's body counts, because that's apparently everybody's business. As the number of sexual partners for women continue to rise, Alpha Male Strategies sends out a warning to men across the nation. Let's check it out.
They're all sluts. My mom was a slut. Your mom was a slut. My grandmother was a slut. And your grandmother was a slut. Accept it. Sit there and take it. They're all sluts.
Thousands of grandmothers across the country are being brought into local police stations and questioned on their actual body count numbers in order for authorities to determine which level of slut they will be labeled as. The release of all the grandma sluts back into the community has still not yet been determined. Many children now have to forfeit birthday money, homemade cookies, and ugly knitted sweaters over the next few months. Jess Pearly Things weighs in on the matter, as she is determined that these grandma sluts are an absolute menace to society. Let's take a look.
Old whores will always try to drag the more pure women into promiscuity.
All right. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I got booted. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
And like I said, I'm more libertarian. I'm just saying, I recognize this as basically a macro micro economy kind of view. Like, I understand freedom for a business to do what it wants to do. I agree with. I'm just saying there's a giant societal cost to this. If we don't fix this issue at some point, we don't have an area where we can view our disagreements. It's going to cause the collapse of society.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just taking a nuanced approach. That's all. Like, I agree with you, like 100%. YouTube should have the ability to do whatever the heck it wants with it. It's what it wants to do with its view on speech and everything else. But it also needs to, at the same time, recognize, okay, if I'm a publisher, perfect. Just pick your lane. If you're a publisher or provider, pick your lane. If you want to be the marketplace of ideas, like an electrical company, you can't hamper speech. However, if you want to hamper speech and known as a provider, and these are the things that you can and cannot talk about on the channel, and that's understood for everybody, I'm okay with that. It's just please pick a lane.
Right. Okay.
All right, Sarah, can I make a point? I haven't eaten all day except for some edibles, cannabis edibles,
Lord.
and it's almost 8 o'clock. Let me make a point. Let me get back on topic. Please. Let me get back on topic. The topic is, does social media, because I've only got like a minute or two, starving. Does social media, I'm going to just go by her topic. Does it bring people closer?
You sound like something out of South Park, but anyway.
Let him finish, please.
Let me finish. Does it bring people closer together, or does it bring people farther apart? I'm going to give examples too towards the end of my little spiel here. It does both. Okay, let me explain. Obviously, it brings people together because we're able to connect. I mean, if you go back just to the 80s, 90s, you had to call people over intercontinental lines to get to Europe. Now it's all done digitally through the internet and stuff. So it is all, you know what I'm saying? You can do FaceTiming. We've been able to do that for, 10, 15 years, whatever.
Can I say something,
let me talk, please.
Hold on,
Please,
Simon.
please.
Let him finish, please.
All right,
Cool. I have to go. God, did I interrupt your ass? Fuck. I could have interrupted all of you, but I didn't. Let me finish. Here's my point. It brings, because I'm going to wrap it up in a nice tidy bow. I think Sarah will appreciate this. I'd like to use hardcore examples, black and white examples. Okay, here's the thing. It brings people closer together because we have the ability to, like I said, we have technology where no matter where you are, it seems on the planet, pretty much you can connect with people. And look what they're doing in the Middle East with pagers and walkie-talkies, so you can connect all different types of ways now with people. You bring people closer together in different ways, but you also separate people. Here's how I'm saying. We bring people closer together and we separate. Sarah, can I give an example before I go?
I swear to God, if you bring up Based Oracle, I will just boot you.
Not. I wasn't going to bring him up.
Hit the like button.
I wasn't even going to bring him up. You brought him up.
Hit the like button.
I swear to God, Sarah, I was not even going to bring him up. Why would you think I was going to bring him up? But
because you always bring him up.
Well, I mean, okay, look, I'm not. Well, I have different examples, but if you can go there,
no.
Social media brought you together with him and separate.
Told him not to.
Wow.
I mean, I understand what he's saying. It brings people together and brings people.
You sound real nasal.
Farther apart, and that's kind of where I'm getting at too. Like I understand individualism. Like we're always having a clash between individualism and society. Because society, there's always two different groups of people. Like in a sense, government and society cares about the group
what are you talking
over
about,
the individual.
Wait a
Can
sec.
you let him finish, please, Simon? Like, you've just done nothing but made little banters in between people's statements, and it's interrupting what they're saying and kind of getting on my nerves.
Okay, I appreciate
You have
you.
a very short leash, Simon. I recommend you play by the rules.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Back to you, Bandit.
I'm trying to look at this. Phoebe, stop. Sorry about my dog.
It sounds cute. I was wondering who was squeaking over there.
Yeah, it's my little squeak
You
toy.
got more decorum for the dog than me. Okay, cool. All right.
Bye, Simon.
Sorry.
Back to you, Bandit.
All I was getting at is I'm trying to be fair on both sides, but it's always a clash between, the individual's freedoms versus the societal good. And if we're talking about society, we're not talking. They're anti-individual by nature because they're going to put the group over the individual. So if we're having a societal discussion, that's a different discussion than the individual. Even though the family unit is technically the individual building block of society, it's like they need the individual, but they don't care about the stop.
But what is to stop you from starting your own platform and allowing free speech? Or like the free speech that you're referring to that you want, that apparently
probably
YouTube
most likely it's the getting the servers, having the ability to store all the information.
Right, but nothing stops you from starting a website or like a blog post or
the only other thing I think of is YouTube likes to buy out its competitors. So a lot of the stuff they kind of buy out to the best of their knowledge. Like there's a reason why they have the best platform out there, because any competitors they buy out.
Well, I mean, I see what
I mean,
you're saying,
like
because
I said, I agree
of
with you.
like,
If you don't
yeah,
like it,
because
start your own organization. I'm 100%
right,
with you.
that's
like
what
I'm not trying to play the contrarian argument here because we agree with about 90% of what we're talking about. I agree with you.
Invisible Ray says park twice for yes.
I can get her to bark twice if you like. But, yeah, I apologize for my dog.
Listen, I am a dog lover. I will talk to your dog all night.
Yeah, she's
happily.
a tiny little Shih Tzu. So,
tiny little shit.
Yeah, she is a tiny little shit. She knows it too. But if we're looking at this, like we're having that discussion about problems with society, the more and more you allow other cultures that don't agree with our American culture and they don't assimilate, that's a problem. Like if we're gonna have a society, we need to have societal norms, societal agreements, like handshake agreements. Now, what I'm just using this, I don't agree with what Trump said with this, but I'm just bringing this to a point, and I'll let other people speak because I have already spoken enough. Probably people are sick of my voice, but like eating the dogs and the cats, I understand it's a hyper-polarized thing, and I'm not looking at the viewpoint, but we can all agree society-wise, if you had, since we both like dogs, if you knew your neighbor was eyeing up your dog, and I've seen horror stories where people's dogs were taken and their people are crying that this isn't a joke. Yeah, you'd be pissed. People view their dogs more than people. Like people would die for their dog over their own family member. So we can agree as a society that people, like, we shouldn't be eating dogs and cats. But if other cultures like that and are okay with that, that's a clash between cultures, and that's going to cause societal rifts. Like we're going to have, eventually someone's going to do something stupid and hurt somebody else for taking their dog.
But other countries eat those types of animals and stuff due to lack of other avenues. We don't have that issue here. Like we don't have the issue of like we have food in grocery stores. We have the ability to grow our own. We have other avenues of food. Whereas
Agreed.
a lot of these third world countries, like there's a cockroach going across the ground, that's dinner. Like they view like bugs and cats and guinea pigs. Yeah, somebody said guinea pigs. Like, yeah, like these are food for them because there's plenty of to eat, and they don't have anything else. So, you know, so
But
it's
I'm getting at it at the
unfair.
argument of I'm getting at the argument that this is a giant class of culture, and
Mhm.
then if you have a giant class of cultures, there's always going to be violence. At some point, someone's going to do something stupid, either defend their dog or go after the person that took their dog, and that's going
Mhm.
to cause a fight and it's going to blow up. So anytime there's a difference of cultures, there's normally violence. It normally ends in violence. Do I agree it should go to violence? No, that should be the last option. But history always shows that if there's a class of culture, it ends in violence.
Well, I think with this specific instance, though, that's your family member that
Yeah.
you know, assuming these are true, right? That's your family member. Would you go into violence if somebody hurt
If
one of your
someone took
family
my
members?
dog, yeah, it's
Yeah.
pitchfork time. Yeah, no, I
Yeah.
mean, like there's
Just the
certain
same
things.
as I would do that for my children or my brothers
Yeah,
or my
great.
parents.
Someone
Like I
went
would,
after my kids, you know, it's over. Like
yeah,
I will happily go to jail. There's no
yeah,
I
with a
don't
smile
care.
on my face.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. If I knew if it would protect my kids and I had to do something that I didn't want to have to do, but you know, push comes to shove, I gotta man up and do it. Hell yeah, I'm
Mhm.
going to jail. And that's the same thing I would do my dog. Someone tried to eat my dog, it would be pitchfork time. And
Mhm.
that's what I'm getting at here. It's like if there's a class, you either assimilate into the current culture or you need to leave this country. And that's the problem. We're just having all these different groups with different cultures come in, and it's basically allowing the native population to basically throw the white flag, and then they don't feel like their viewpoints are valid, and then they get more radicalized. So it's
Mhm.
not good on a society level to have all these different cultures come into America without assimilating.
Well, I
Like,
think you could still speak to that even outside of, like, you can still express those opinions without, you know, tapping into hate speech or like this is where your political correctness comes in and the
yeah,
ability to speak in a way or in a manner in which you're not going to sound like an angry idiot, and you're not you know, being ignorant to the fact that these are different people with different
yeah,
cultural norms. You can still speak to all of that without breaking TOS guidelines and actually
yeah,
having a normal I mean, you and I have been doing this for the last hour now.
yeah,
Um, you know, so
yeah.
I
And I
think
think we're
there
having a
is
good
a
conversation.
way, yeah, there is a way in which people can kind of like extradite the point
Hmm.
and get it out there without causing riffraff, you know, in certain platforms.
I mean, most of the time we just use, you know, understanding words that mean other words, like the jab, for example. I mean, like you basically just have to curtail your own speech and just
Hmm.
change the speech around to get around what you're trying to say. But
Yeah.
like culturally, like I personally think that like we should set certain boundaries of what is accepted rules that like we all agree that like in a sense I'm just using an extreme example. We all agree eating dogs as American culture is not gonna fly. Like,
Hmm.
and like I said, I'm only bringing this up because it's in the news and it's easy conversation because everybody like loves their pets. But there's problems when you allow behavior that's not accepted to be accepted. And like tolerance, as much as everybody says tolerance is a good core value, if you have max tolerance and don't have any principles, we end up having like that's where you get weak ass men. That's where you get all the other problems that come with it. Tolerance you should have the ability to understand another person's culture, but at the same time you should be able to demand this is America. This is our culture. We're going to protect our culture. And that's why I have no problem with like nationalism. Like nationalism isn't you know, to the extreme nationalism a problem, but you to have a society, you have to have some level of nationalism. Otherwise, why are we here? Like if you don't care about America and you want its downfall, that's not going to go well for most people. But if you need to have some kind of a base level national, which is a base level of like having societal norms. Like if I
Hmm.
have an American flag out front, I'm proud to be an American. That should be honored at this point. Why is it looked down upon? And that's a massive problem right now.
But I also, and I agree that, you know, we are Americans and we do have like, you know, holding the American flag on the back of a pickup truck, and torn down jean shorts, and shirtless man, and like, like, ugh, we are Americans. But at the same time, America is still a very young country if you really think about it, compared to a lot of the rest of the world.
We're not, though, in the sense of the fourth turning. Like, most cultures have about a 250-year window, and that's all they have. So they go through like the business life cycle.
But I'm talking in terms of we're culturally we haven't figured out who we are yet. And that a big piece of that is because we are the melting pot. We've allowed a lot of other, that's all we are, is one big, import of people. That's how we started.
The melting pot, you had to come to a certain set of values. You had to agree to certain things. Like, we didn't care what kind of food you brought over, but if we never had a time in our history where it was okay for other cultures to not like America and it's to live under American soil. Like, for example, you brought up the American flag.
Yeah, we did. That's why we have freedom of speech, and that's why we have freedom of religion, and that's why we have freedom of the press, because we want people to be able to, for instance, as you were saying, like, say radical things, and that's what we make the demand of for other people who come to our country. Now, I don't think we allow people to be in the country who, like, specifically don't, like, they hate, us and our, in a sense, like, you can't be a traitor, you can't do things that would harm the United States, but you don't have to like us necessarily. You don't have to like our culture, but if you're here, like, you have to live by our rules also.
Yeah, but
now,
I don't think
does that mean that you
by the rules? Because you want to use that flag example. If I have a pickup truck and I put an American flag, like, my house is getting destroyed here. Where I'm at, like, I'm in the Philly suburbs. Like, I can't view my even like a modicum of what I stand for, because I will be a target if I put a Trump flag out there. Which, I don't agree with everything Trump does, but I'm just using this as an example. If I put a Trump flag out front, my house is going to get destroyed, like, flat out. It's going to get either robbed or there's going to be a riot. I don't have the ability to express even a modicum of what I stand for, because I know for a fact, hence why I have my, I would love to show my face. I'm proud to stand for it, but I also know if I show my face, there's massive repercussions. Like, I could lose my job. I will be a target. People are going to go to my job, get me fired. They're going to come after my family. And I value that over showing my face on YouTube. Like, would I love to be able to show my face? Hell yeah. Like, I'm not, like, I'm proud of what I look like. I'm not ashamed, but at the same time, I have to protect myself and my family. It's not just me anymore. It's my family. You're coming after my family. I got issues now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I can't have that being an issue, but I know other people want to talk, so I'm going to come down. So, I know Wiggly wants to talk.
You're okay to stay up. Wiggy, are you here?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Wait, am I on the stream?
Yeah, I just put an overlay up because I don't know you.
So I wanted to ask, like, so as a female, like, why do you think, like, most guys cannot, like, have reproductive success? Like, only 40% of men in history have been able to achieve reproductive success. Like, why do you think that is?
You mean by knocking a girl up or marrying and having
reproductive
children?
success, like having a child.
I don't know. I'm not well versed in the topic.
Okay, but you accept that's true, right? That
I'm not necessarily accepting it, but I'm not arguing it either because I don't know.
Yeah, Andrew Wilson, he even said, like, there are twice as many females who have had reproductive success as men. So,
I mean,
like, half of men cannot have children. Why
is that by way of like they don't have the sperm count to do it, like they're faltered somewhere down there, or they just can't find a mate that's willing to?
Yeah, they just don't have. Success.
Real quick, is it a right for a man to reproduce? We'll start very basic. Is it a right for every man to have a woman to reproduce?
with.
There should be, if you're a Christian.
Jesus
Like,
didn't
if you believe in
marry.
Christianity, every man should have one woman.
But how
Jesus didn't marry, nor did he have children.
I'm sorry?
I said Jesus didn't marry, nor did he have children, nor do any of the priests. If you're, Catholic, like priests don't have wives or children, and then you also have like the disciples. I don't think any of them ended up marrying and having more. But yeah, go on.
But
the idea is okay, but the enforcing of it is always going to be an issue, because now you're going to have to force some women to marry a guy that they do not want. And then where do you curtail your rights as a man compared to the rights of the woman? And like I said before, it's a conflict between an individual goal and a societal goal. Like society doesn't want to force half its population to hate its other half of the population because they're forced to mate with someone they don't want to mate with. Like, that's never going to end well. And that's the problem. Like, I understand what you're trying to get at, but enforcing it is the issue. Are you? I mean, girls are already scared to death of the Handmaid's Tale being reality. Like, do you think society? And I'm just trying to be fair here. Do you think it's okay for society to go Handmaid's Tale and force women to mate with guys they don't want to mate with? Because where does your wants and desires go to someone else's wants and desires?
I was talking to you, Tomato.
I was talking to you, Wiggly.
Yeah, I thought he was talking to you actually, because he was kind of dismantling.
Yeah,
your
I was trying to.
Wait, you're talking to me? I thought you were talking
We
to
have the right to
understand what you're
pursue.
getting at.
We
It would
have
be
the
nice
right
to-
to pursue happiness, right? Let's just start with that one. That one's easy. But everyone's definition of happiness is different, right? But that doesn't say you are guaranteed happiness, right? So if you can't find a mate, somebody to marry, like, it's not a right, or it's more of a privilege to find somebody to marry or be with, and it's actually like originally religiously acknowledged, and then the state just kind of put its seal of approval on it with a license, and yes, you're married, this is a contract. So I don't think that you could ever enforce that to be like women are forced to have children, or women are forced to marry a man, or women are forced to be breeding stock. I don't think that you could ever get away with that, number one, because now that woman is losing her right to pursue happiness. And that man could also essentially be losing his right to pursue happiness, because what if he's just like forced into, like, here's the girl we're giving you now, like, and he's not happy with her either. Like, number one, that's just cringe to begin with. Like, it's psychotic to even think that you're going to force women into being breeding stock for men. Number two, if women aren't mating up with you, for instance, then that's a personal problem. You should probably just not talk about trying to force women to have babies. That's weird. That's cringe. That's probably problem number one, And number three, I just think it's that's going backwards in society in a lot of ways. And I don't think you're going to end up with a bunch of angry women. And we can say, I know Andrew kind of says it a lot, like in the idea of like, oh, women only have rights because men enforce them on their behalf. Like, I look at a lot of these men who can't even get off the couch without, having someone help them up. And I'm wondering, like, who's enforcing their, like, I don't think so. A lot of the men who want the enforcement, or like they believe in the black pill or this or that, are typically men who are incapable of finding a woman because like they have no ambition, no goals. They couldn't put together a men's rights activist version of anything if their life depended on it. Like, they want to sit and complain all day about how women don't want to be with them, but that they can't get their fucking asses off the couches. You want to sit around eating Cheetos and bonbons and talking to your mom and having your mama serve you hand and foot. You're not going to find a woman that way to begin with. End of story. right? But then you're going to go and demand that women just settle, or not even settle, be forced to be with you. That's fucking cringe as fuck. We'd rather be alone with cats, and I fucking hate cats. Like, you know, I understand that the concept of what you're saying is like, oh, well, men should be given this right to reproduce, and yet you're like, no, well, then stop fucking sucking in life. You want to be chosen, you want to be the magical 60% or 40% of men who are reproducing and finding mates and having women actually like them, then stop being a fucking douchebag. End of story.
All right,
Like-
Tomato, can I respond?
Yeah,
Or-
sure, why not?
Okay, I can respond. Okay, so Tomato, what is your ideal world like? Because you know, like in the real world, we have one man for one woman, right?
In the real world?
So,
No, the real world is
you know,
about 52%
there is
women,
50% men,
48% men.
50% women, right? You understand that?
Okay.
There's more.
Okay.
There's more
So
women in
what if,
society than there are men.
So you could just get turned down by even more women?
Wait, wouldn't the ideal be one man for one woman? Like,
No, it's
It's
not,
not.
because
They're-
it's not a perfect world. We're not going to go and genetically choose specifically, okay, this couple wants, 3 kids, that couple wants 1 kid. We have to make sure we balance the scales and make sure that, there's a boy for every girl and a girl for every, no, that's not, now you're playing God in that aspect. Like no, God,
I'm just saying,
there
what
were
would the
plenty of
ideal
women
be?
in the Bible who were
There would be
single.
one
There
man
were
and one woman.
There were plenty of women in the Bible who were single. There were plenty of men in the Bible who were single, and that's okay. You can give your life to God and call it a day, or you can give your life to nothing and just be single and have your cats. Like, or you could be a man who just grows old alone because he, lives in his mama's basement. It is what it is. Like we're all different, and that's the wonderful, glorious thing about being a society in which we recognize individualism and the ability to do whatever the fuck you want, whether you want to be close to people, whether you want to live out in the middle of the woods away from people, whether you want to be MGTOW, whether you want to be the cat lady, whether you want to be the black pill, red pill, blue pill, orange pill. I don't even fucking know.
Would you agree that a man wants to be with a woman? Like that would be the ideal.
Okay, I want $1 million.
You agree with that? No, I'm just asking. Would you agree with?
Yeah, I agree. Some, not all, not all, because there's the MGTOW movement, and they have a thing for hating women, and they don't want to be with them.
Fucking Chinese bitches. Like, who gives a shit about them?
They're not. I don't know any of them that are Chinese.
The crux of the thing is, where does your rights start and a second person's rights end? Because that's where the crux of the argument is.
When yours impedes on mine, and this is actually like a law, like a legal, like the ethics of law kind of debate where why is murder bad, right? Why is murder bad? Because you've taken away my right to live. If you murdered me, you take away my right to live. And that's why we've decided like, oh, well, murder's bad because you're taking away their ability. Where you impede on somebody else's right. This is why you have the freedom of speech. This is why you have freedom of religion. As so long as like you could say I'm starting a new religion today where, I'm trying to avoid TOS, but like I shoot spitballs at all of the Catholics. Well, you could say, well, that's my religious belief. It's freedom of religion. But no, you're impeding on somebody else's religion or right. Just to have, pursue happiness and be left the fuck alone. Plus, we have the right to privacy as well, and this is where basically the government came down with a dissent basically saying we don't want to enter your bedrooms. We don't want to enter your house, anything that's done behind closed doors, so long as it doesn't impede on somebody else's rights. So for instance, if I said, well, I murdered them behind closed doors in my house. You don't want to be in my house. Yeah, but you impeded somebody else's rights. So therefore yours is null and void, right? So all of the rights are there as a kind of a checks and balance system where, yeah, you can have this, but it can't do that. Yeah, you can have that, but it can't do this, right? So it's all made and implied in a way. So certainly you have the right to pursue happiness. And if happiness consists of finding a wife and making children, you have the right to pursue that, but you are not guaranteed, just like nobody's guaranteed fucking happiness in the United States. You just have the right to pursue it at all means, so long as you're not impeding on somebody else's legal rights.
Okay.
Plus, on the side fact,
can I ask you a question real fast?
If I was given a woman, like I would have no, like, I would be lazy as hell. There would be no way I would have to do better. There's no point. Like the hunt for a woman and the hunt to be the man that I should be for my family makes me better. The struggle of going into the fight, the struggle of going in and being the leader of the household, the struggle of, talking to a woman, the rejection, all that does is build character.
Mhm.
And if you don't build character, you become lazy, in a sense, because if I'm given a woman, I could just do whatever I want. I could be the most despicable person possible, and I don't have to worry about it because I'm given a
Right.
woman. I'm given everything I want.
But put
It's
it
like
back
getting
into
food
the legal
stamps.
perspective. That's the kind of
Yeah.
perspective I'm trying to take.
Yeah.
If you need the government to guarantee you a wife, what fucking kind of man are you to begin with? Is that even a man? Like, it has to be given to you? You didn't earn it? You didn't and that kind of speaks to what you're talking about, Bandit, in a sense, but like you're not a man. Like, you guys complain if somebody, like, if you have, for instance, the biggest one I hear is like, oh, single moms, like the government is playing daddy and being daddy and giving them welfare and all of this stuff. And it's like, but you want the government to give you a wife. That's more disheartening. You want them to give you a whole fucking person.
Yeah.
That's cringe.
And I would have, just use me as an example. I'd have every excuse to say that why do I even have a wife? I'm freaking 5'3", 120 pounds. Like, I'm a skinny, small dude. In all intents and purposes, I shouldn't have a woman. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's no way that should happen. But there's other aspects that makes me better than other aspects. And that's what I rely on. Like, what I'm trying to get at is there's hope. Like, you shouldn't live in, like, I demand this because I don't feel like there's no hope for me to have a woman. Like, we all can do better. And if you need help, we can have that conversation too. Like, I can give you pointers. I can help you out. Like, that's not a problem. But like forcing a woman to be with me that I know potentially could kill me, because guess what? She's in a situation she doesn't want to be in. The only way to get out of it is to kill me.
I know where
Like,
you sleep.
I don't want to be in that. I don't want to be in that household where I'm going to get poisoned or stabbed when I fall asleep. Like, I don't want to have that juju on me. No. I don't want that.
That's even a cringe concept.
Like
that is a cringe. You guys don't want the government interfering in your lives. You don't want them in your churches. You don't want them in your schools. You don't want them around your children. You don't want them anywhere else. But do you want them to give you a wife? You know what? That's you get what you paid for kind of concept. When the government hands it out, you know it ain't going to be good. Good luck with that one. Follow the red tape. Follow the cheap shit. And you'll see where that's coming from. You're going to end up with wives from God knows where and who knows what. You get the leftovers.
Like I feel for you, man. Like, if you need help getting a woman, we can have that conversation. I have no problem talking about that and different ways of finding your dream woman. Let's have that conversation. But forcing a woman to be
familiar. Fucking
forcing a woman on a man is not good. It's not going to end well.
That's we have words for that for TOS purposes. It's like the fruit grape, or we could consider it SA. Like, also, like, you're forcing like, we have laws.
I wasn't trying to go there. I was trying to keep it YouTube
we have
friendly.
laws protecting that.
Hold on, Tomato.
Male and female. Like,
Tomato,
what
one
the
question.
fuck is going on?
Tomato, one question. This mathematically, there is one guy for every female, right? So, monogamy would be the ideal, right? Or else, like, other people are going to be left out of the situation.
Well, not everybody wants monogamy, for one. And number two,
the weak don't survive. Give up. maybe. Let's go ahead, Bandit.
There's gay people too. So, like, no, we're not having that conversation. What happens if you're a man wants another man? Like, do I agree with that lifestyle? No.
Well,
that is a lifestyle in America.
Historically,
men want men,
though,
women want
only
women. Like, you got to take that
40% of
conversation
men have bred. 40% of men had a baby, and compared to like 100% of women. For every 100% of women that have had a baby,
Only the
40% of men
strong will
have.
survive.
So-
Okay, let's break it down in a legal concept, right? In order to get married in a state, in the United States specifically, you have to go to the courthouse and you have to apply. You apply for that, and then you basically sign all of this stuff, and it's considered a contract. And then when you actually go to your priest or preacher, whoever, they sign off saying that they married you, and you and your spouse sign off that yes, we acknowledge we got married, and that is a contract. Now, in the world of the government, in American government, you cannot sign a contract if you are coerced, forced, or anything of the such. If you go before a judge and you're going to testify on trial or whatever, the questions they're going to ask you is, were you coerced, forced, or anything in that such, walking into this courthouse today to say anything you don't agree with, so on and so forth. And one of the things that you're going to end up with is a bunch of marriage contracts of women who were forced, coerced, and all of the such. Blah, 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 blah. I didn't want to do it. I was forced. The government made me do it. Yet I didn't sign this contract. Therefore, I don't agree to it. Null and void. I'm not going to be here. Bye. And then you're going to have all the women, all of these beautiful, crazy Western women that you don't like. You're going to have us up and leave, move to Canada, where they're going to say, hey, we're not going to make you do anything. And now it's a bunch of dudes left with their dicks in their hands and no woman to put them in. So you can do that, certainly, but women are incredibly resourceful, manipulative, conniving, and in such a way where we will find our way the fuck out very quickly.
Yep.
You may not, women may not have rights because they can't enforce them and only men can enforce them. Well, then they're not going to sit here and put up with that.
I miss Andrew.
I mean,
My dad.
imagine
my internet dad. Andrew.
Imagine.
Where's Andrew?
That's even more cringe.
Yeah, but I'm saying, imagine this.
It's sad.
Why do you think we have the party after the wedding? Because if you're drinking, you can't sign a contract if you're drunk. So why do you think we even have the wedding party after the ceremony? We don't have it beforehand because you can't sign the contract.
But I think that's cultural, anyways, to have a reception.
I know, but I'm proving a point here. To the point of like contracts, you can't be drunk and sign a contract. That's why you can't. That's why you don't have that celebration until you actually sign those dotted lines. If you actually bring your wedding papers to like a priest, like you're not getting drunk beforehand because we still have to sign a contract. And like I said, if you're going to. If you want a woman, okay, like the other thing it teaches you is compromise. Like it's not my authority, or it is my authority over as a leader of the household. But at the same time, I have to learn to compromise. If I'm telling the woman that, your views don't matter, you're mine because you're my little toy, in a sense, that's never going to go well. Like she's not going to feel appreciated. She's going to stab you in the back. Like she's going to find a way to end you. It's either leave, it's either going to destroy it's going to, false accusation, whatever, because she's going to have no choice to do that because she feels like she's painted into a corner. Like there's no good reason for a man and a woman to be forced into a relationship that they don't want. Like arranged marriages are horrific. Like you could talk to anybody that has arranged marriages. It never ends well for the majority of them. Are there going to be exceptions to the rule? Absolutely. But for the most part, arranged marriages are never.
Well, most arranged marriages now are like they choose to allow the arrangement. Like they choose to. It's like a community cultural thing where they say I actually talked to a guy who did that, and he like chose to go through his parents and say I'd like you to arrange my marriage, and they worked it out with there's a council and everything, and they're choosing that you still have the right to choose that option. So even more so, like they still have choice, and they can still agree to say like, no, I don't want to do it, or they could agree or disagree and then back out of it if they want to. But
that's like an arranged marriage by like maybe like as a cultural thing. That's not like a true arranged marriage where I'm saying you got to be with this person. We agreed when you're a baby that you're marrying this woman.
That's betrothed.
Yeah, that's where I'm getting at, because that's where he's asking for. At birth, you're gonna be assigned a woman, or maybe at 18 or whatever the case may be. You're gonna pick the lottery, and like in a sense, Okay, say you want to have a kid. Okay, we're getting to the point of society right now. Like, you can make egg cells out of skin cells. We haven't done the sperm yet. We haven't been able to reproduce sperm, but we can make egg cells now. So at some point in the near, I'm saying 50 years, they're going to have the artificial womb where every guy that wants to have a kid is going to be able to have a kid. Now, is it a good thing? We don't know yet, because we haven't actually dealt with those issues yet. But there's going to be a point where you're going to have what you want. You're going to have the ability to have an artificial woman if you want. Like, do I want this for society? Probably not. But we're going that route. In a couple of years, I mean, AI is getting smart enough now where I just heard something where an AI invented a game within 5 minutes through its own processes, but it couldn't develop fast enough because it only had 5 minutes of memory, because it couldn't go past that because of our limitations of technology. There's going to be a point when artificial life forms are going to be cyborgs, and where you could potentially have sex robots. Whatever the case, how you ever want to view that, that's a different discussion. But
I mean,
you're going
but
to have
the crux of the problem, Bandit, you already touched on it, is like self-improve. Make yourself a better person to where a woman would actually want to be with you. Get out of your mom's basement, go to the gym, go, pick up some social skills, talk, meet people outside, stop talking on the internet, and go be around women and actually like be around them. Oh my God, the Hormaxer's here. Oh. Hold
Wait,
on.
are you talking about being like
Let me make
what's
sure
that
that's him
fucking
and
guy?
not hold on just a second. Hold on just a second. Is that you, Hormaxer?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, hey.
Oh, dude, I know Hormaxer. He's in the Black
We
Pill
love
community.
Hormaxer.
Hello. What is your topic there?
He's in
good
my
to hear.
community. What's going on, brother?
No, I'm not in your community.
You are in my community.
I
You're
don't
in the Black Pill
I don't
community, boy.
associate with you people. You are a life denier. You are a rotter, and your whole community is toxic. It's full of nonsense. It's full of spurgs. No, I was going to ask Sarah what her social problem was. I think Sarah's causing more social problems than you.
All
Why
right.
you divide everybody, Sarah, and I bring everybody together.
Okay, fair enough.
The idiot that you're talking to, Sarah, is a gynocentric. These are men that don't want to take care of themselves, and they are not men. You are not a man. Do not address yourself as a man. Do not speak as one. You are a subhuman roach.
Oh, sing it more.
Subhuman roach. They are subhuman roaches. They believe in.
Roach.
They are gynocentric. They do not believe in working out. They believe in complaining about women all day. You want help, women? They want to let me on the mental health stream. I said, you women want mental health? You go to the swing club. You go have life affirmation. You have some good sex. So many of these women have never had a good sex session because they're dealing with men like him over there. Yeah. Am I on here?
Yeah.
Can't see
you
anything.
are.
Well,
you get the floor.
Panel, Sarah, what's your question on social topics?
Oh, wait. Well, I was talking about
You're
social
dividing
media.
men. You are dividing men by being a misandrist on the internet and telling how much that this, and you want to argue about that instead of taking your ass to a swing club and having a good time. You want to argue with yourself. With
Swingers club is not my pursuit of happiness, but I oblige the idea that you like to go, and I'm all for you having your right to go and your ability to go.
Just
and
opened
I
up a male night.
Hormaxer, I have one question. Why am I a subhuman roach?
Well,
sing it to him, Hormaxer. Sing it to him.
Well, because he likes a community that they are constant victims of, I don't know, whatever he believes. There's something, it's like hypogonadism gone wrong. And that whole community is very, very extremely toxic. It's the most toxic people I've ever encountered in my life, next being drama communities, okay? Now, Sarah wants to divide men by getting into the red pill and coming in here telling you the way it is. She doesn't know what she's doing, and I do. I have the solutions to the male problem, or to at least alleviate the pressure valve that's in. What is Sarah telling you? To go out on a date, take her on 3 dates? It ain't going to happen, baby.
That's not what I said. I said if he wants to go find a woman,
you're in the Black Pill community, Hormaxer.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. And don't ever tell me that
you are in our community.
No, I don't.
You are in the Black Pill community, Hormaxer.
This guy's
you
never
are.
associated with them.
I
You
would
should be
say
putting
I would
gulag.
say he's more black pill adjacent, but he doesn't sit in the black pill
Okay,
community.
he's black pill adjacent, but he's like borderline.
But this brings up what I was talking about before with purity spirals. Like, who cares what label you are? We're having a conversation. I don't care if you're red pill, purple pill, black pill, white pill, blue pill, trans pill. I don't give a shit. Like,
trans pill.
Stop caring about.
That's the rainbow pill. You like to call
these
it
purity
the rainbow
spirals. I don't need. I'm not. I'm a
Max, are you
person.
trans
I
pill,
don't.
right?
I don't fit in a. I don't
You're
fit in a
trans pill,
box.
right, bro?
I'm not a. My value system is not just a certain set of values. I'm more.
Are you getting a
nuanced
pump?
than
Do you get a pump? Are you working out?
What do you think, boy?
Not you. I'm talking to
What do
him.
you
I don't
think,
talk to
Cracker?
subhumans.
Oh,
You talking to me?
Yes.
Like, I work out. Why? What's your question?
Oh, good. Yeah, Year. What are you doing for your life? What are you trying to life affirm your life? Sarah, life denying. She can't get my pump. Sarah, I am like 10, 15 years. You're never going to
You are right, Hormaxer. You are very well built, and I could never deserve you.
You can't, because my ass, I just started doing full body squats. And I'll show it in due time. My ass is the most beautiful bubble ass on the internet, and I'll put it against anybody.
Let's see it. Do a twirl, Hormaxer. I want to see a twirl.
I'm in
Let
my
me see
pants
this.
right now.
So that's okay. I don't need to see the thong. We actually have video footage of you in the thong.
yeah.
That's okay. We've
That's
got plenty
fine.
of that.
Yeah,
But I will
follow
take
my
an
pants.
ass shot with your
my ass shot.
pants.
Yeah, this
With
is
your
beautiful. This
pants
should be
on. With your pants on,
No,
Hormaxer.
no.
Hormaxer.
Good grief! I don't want to see it. No. For the love of God, why?
It's a very nice ass, Hormaxer. You should be proud.
All right.
Proud with your
I
mama
feel
gave.
embarrassed as a fellow Jew for Hormaxer.
Well, let's not go down that route, please.
Okay. Go back and eat your kashrut and be quiet.
Yeah, no, let's not have.
I wouldn't let you into Israel.
Do it.
That's
Yeah,
a lovely
no.
ass, Hormaxer. It's
They
very
wouldn't
lovely.
allow you into Israel. I wouldn't
What
let
do you
people like
mean?
you. I wouldn't give you any right of return either.
Oh man.
Tell you that.
Wiggly, before I step off, I'll just.
Sarah,
give
you
a
got
word
any
of
juicy
advice.
women, Sarah, that want to do the adult arc? Because I'm doing it, Sarah.
I'm not aware, but I'm sure I can connect you in community.
Fantastic. I mean, I saw I honestly, Sarah, I don't know why she was here, because she does, the adult content. I said, well, that's what I'm doing.
You talk about Jasmine Jafar?
I'm talking about all the lovely women that want to be life affirmed. All
Well,
of them.
Jasmine Jafar is she's an OF girl, but I think her time on YouTube is spent doing the fun stuff. But I think her
How
content
does it
is
feel
very.
to talk to a superior woman, though, Sarah? That
Oh, she's beautiful. No,
But not
she's
only that,
absolutely
though,
beautiful.
but let's say she wasn't, but she's still completely outliving you. She's having life affirming sex, getting paid to do it, and you're talking to him.
I'm okay with that. You know what?
That's
Somebody's gotta do the crappy job. Somebody's gotta be the janitor. Somebody's gotta take out the trash. I'm happy to take out the trash.
Jasmine's debates with Andrew, they're really good, but she talks a lot. She talks like 5 times as much as Andrew.
She does talk a lot, but
Yeah, she
most
talks a lot.
women do.
That's a women thing.
Yeah.
I'll hop off so everybody can talk. But wait, I'm just giving you a point of advice. If you want a woman real bad, find a hobby, and then find a group attached to that hobby. So if you like hiking, join a hiking group. If you like playing chess, join a chess club. You'll guaranteed to find a woman that has a shared
Yes, I
value
love
that
you.
you can actually have a conversation with, and then you can get yourself a woman.
Andrew Wilson, I love you, brother.
Yeah, it's kind of getting cringy.
Yeah, I know it's getting kind of gay.
I know.
You're
that's why
getting
I'm
very,
kinda hopping
very
off.
much so.
I'll be quiet.
Kinda derailing from the
He don't talk about
conversation.
a swing club. He doesn't talk. These men don't leave their hovel. They don't leave their hovel. I'm tired of men and their statistics and sitting online with their stupid videos, which is a moron like in the middle would do. Something that turns to those turns. That's all they do. They'll sit and complain, and they won't do anything. See, I'm going to codify the overmen, which is known as the supermen, the overmen, or the ubermensch, Sarah. And it's never been codified correctly. But being since I'm such a genius, and I'm a sexual being and a sexual animal, and I know how to affirm life. See, all you others are life deniers as far as I'm concerned. I can put to you the life deniers geopolitically all the way down here, who is life denying and who is life affirming. I attend to life affirm. And God bless Friedrich Nietzsche, the philosopher of all philosophers.
Sure. You
Well,
know
why
what
don't you talk
though?
about that?
Well, let me
Talk
look
about
at it
red
this
pill.
way. For you, Hormaxer, like you stand on your ground. Whether it seems crazy or kooky to anybody else, you still stand your ground and you hold your beliefs and you hold them very strong. And for that, I admire you.
I'm just glad he's not wearing his thong anymore.
I still have it on. It's something done with my pants. It's a lounging suit.
All right. On that note, I'm stepping down. You guys have fun.
A lounging
I'll
suit.
see you later, Bandit.
Sarah wouldn't be able to contain herself with a person
I
like
wouldn't. That's
you
why I
wouldn't.
have
Your
the
hands would be
video.
groping all over me. Your hands are trying to be pulling my anaconda out of my pants, and that's what you do. And that's what all you women really tell you. You can tell you, oh, this is not right. You all complain. No, they're not. I know what it is. These people like him out here, it's just nonsense. It's life denying. You're going to get nowhere. You're going to do nothing. I'm doing a whole. I got guys funding my adult content.
Dude, that's awesome.
Yeah, that's right.
That's awesome.
Thank God for that. I mean,
let's go.
What am I supposed to debate red pill with you, Sarah?
I'm not. I sit more leaning towards the red pill side, but I'm not red pill. Like I'm not any pill.
Yeah. Well,
I'm the morning after pill that just aborts all the pills.
Yeah. Well, what's your solution then for women to do?
For what?
Oh, for modern life, modern whatever you say, sex,
Rocco's
and affirming life. What is your life affirming message to all women? Because I think I have the life affirming message even to the women, and I don't think that the red pill and the dating and all this stuff does.
I would say take your time, find the one you want to be with and fucking be with them and devote the rest of your life to being a good wife, a good spouse, and a good mother if you choose to be one of those as well.
Can I ask a question really fast, Sarah? Are you Christian?
Mm-hmm.
You are Christian?
I'm Catholic, actually.
She's extra delusional is what she's trying to tell you.
Because I was born a Jew, like Hormaxer, but I'm a born again Christian. So
yeah, and you're even a traitor. You are a capo. You're like a Jew that all Jews that don't vote for Trump, I'd send them to the fucking gulag. I would put their Judenrat capo at. You are irrelevant people. I don't like most American Jews. If you vote for that, you are against everything. You are against the state of Israel, the Ubermensch country of the whole world that fights for the whole world, while your goyim asses sit there and do nothing except fetch and have to say Jews this, Jews that, anti-Israel this, Hamas, free Palestine. You are the disgust. You are the rot. We are the head now. You are the tail where you always belong. And you go too, you little freak. This freak in the middle. Him sits there. You go.
All right.
That make you feel better.
Sure it
you
does.
got it all out.
I'll go down. I'll go take all of Egypt. I want the Sinai back. I want.
You already took the Golan Heights. You already took the Golan Heights, bro. all right. Never mind. We're not going to go into that. We're not going to go into the Jewish.
Well, what is Sarah's thing? What was her topic?
You took the Golan Heights.
Social media. I like social media. I'm tired of people complaining about the internet.
The question was, does social media divide communities?
Yes.
And it's definitely open to interpretations. So we kind of went down, I introduced the topic earlier and kind of spoke my thoughts. And then Bandit came on and we had a really good back and forth about it. And then Wiggy came on and completely derailed the entire conversation. And now you're here. So I'm open to whatever you want to talk about, so long as it maintains TOS and community guidelines.
Divine something. I want to go back to pre-internet, moron. Really?
All right, what's going on, Hormaxer? What's going on, brother?
You guys need a room, or should I?
Yeah,
with him.
Oh, hey, what's up, Hormaxer?
Yo,
Hormaxer, why do you not like me, brother? We're both fellow.
Because you're a rotter.
Why do you not like me?
You're dysgenic. and you told me now that you're an evangelical.
You're the cynic too.
You're
What are you talking about?
You're ugly, and God hates ugly. Let me tell you
Well,
something.
God does not hate ugly.
Yeah.
God hates. I'm not gonna say it, but because that would be a TOS violation. But
Yeah, you're a disgrace.
I'm not a disgrace. What are you talking about?
You're a disgrace. I mean, even what you want to pay. I said, well, why don't you go get a pump? Why don't you get on some gear?
Whoremaster, are you looking at me right now?
Yeah, don't look too good. Look like
What is-
you look
what is-
like,
what is
you're
your
like
problem
ready
with
for a
me?
24-hour
We're both
gaming
Jews.
session.
We're both Jews, Whoremaster. Like, what is your
I don't
problem?
care. There are Jews. The Jews that don't vote for Trump are not Jews.
I am voting for Trump. What do you mean? I got a fucking
Well,
hat.
that's fine. All right. Well, I'll give you a point back then.
I got a hat on.
Good. Any of you? First of all, I'd never vote for any woman unless she was Ayn Rand or somebody like that.
Ayn Rand.
Kamala
Oh,
Harris
yeah,
is
Ayn
not
Rand.
Ayn Rand, I can assure you. Okay, so that plastic piece of putty is just a disgrace. Sarah's probably voting for it. I bet you she is. She looked like a Kamala Harris type. Let me tell you something. You could send her packing. Okay.
I'm a conservative.
Oh,
Thanks, Sarah.
okay, whatever.
We're all conservative. Whoremaster, you're conservative.
not.
right? You're
I'm not.
You're a Trump voter.
I just like
Whoremaster.
the other ones. They're not even worth trying to take out. They're all trying to get Trump on the golf course at his rallies because the other one they ain't even worth the effort because they're low energy. They got no energy. They have no sexual energy. They got no suave.
Whoremaster, you're a Trump voter, right?
I'm
all on
voting
the
for
same
Donald
team.
Trump in 2024. That's correct.
We're all on the same team. We're all Trump voters.
Yeah, but we're not all equal. So just
All right, well,
understand
we're all
that.
Trump voters. Let's go.
Yeah, that does not make us all equal. Okay.
All right, well, we're
You
all
should
Trump
be
voters.
better off than if you want to
Sarah,
see
where are
something,
you?
come over and for my adult arc, my adult content arc, where these other streamers, where are you going to be? Where are you going to watch them? We want to debate the red pill if marriage is good or not. No, marriage is a failure. Okay. And so is most of your long-term relationships failures. Sarah can't reconcile that fact. I'm sorry that she can't get on board that fact. That's just that is just the way it is for the most majority of people. Okay. Now, Sarah, is she going to tell men about the beautiful clubs in Tijuana known as the Hong Kong Club? Probably not, because she's life denying. You are life denying. Yeah. Is she going to talk about the great places of Thailand and Soy 6 and Pattaya? Probably not, because again, life denying stream, red pill, dumb conversations, this and men and women. I'm not looking to argue with women. I want to have good life affirming sex with them. Life affirming sex. And if you argue against good food, good sex, getting a good pump, and going to swing clubs, you're delusional. It is you that have the problem. It is not me, because I know I am correct.
I agree with you, brother.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm waiting for correspondence from you, genius. I mean, I don't hear. I thought we were supposed to banter back and forth. You just sitting there like a lump on the log.
Well, I mean, what do you want me to say here? Like,
I don't know. Do something.
I thought we had like an agreement, like you shot Lasayam. Come on.
Okay. Well, what else are you doing in your life then?
Nothing. I'm killing myself. Well, wait. Oh shit! I shouldn't say that. Sorry, you shouldn't say that on YouTube.
So these guys, okay, then these other guys can come on, and Sarah can talk to them, and they can tell Sarah, oh, how bad marriage and how. Listen, hey, dummies, you don't have to get married, okay? The men that are complaining about marriage, you don't have to get married. Like, here's a news flash for you: nobody is forcing you to get married, okay?
By the way, we're not too.
You know how you avoid divorce courts? You don't get married. They haven't thought about that one yet. Hasn't gotten through the old right there. They're not going. They're life deniers in themselves. They do not affirm life. And if you cannot affirm life, you might, because if you cannot affirm life, you might as well rope it out or something. Do something, because it's over for you.
All right, where'd Sarah go? Can you bring Sarah back, please?
I can't. It's Sarah's panel. I'm not the one that.
Whoa!
Maybe she went.
Why'd you leave?
I don't know.
Oh. Thank you, Sarah.
I thought you guys needed a moment.
No,
you seem to be getting along so well.
Does not mean we're gonna have like a bromance. We're gonna like.
Oh, do I need to be in the middle?
Let's go. I agree with the guys. So you could. What is the next conversation on, Sarah? Marriage. What is
what's the next topic? What's the next subject?
Sarah,
what's the next subject?
For all
What's
you
the
men
next
that are
subject, Sarah? Don't listen to Hormaxer.
Sarah, hey, for all the
Go
guys
ahead,
that are
Hormaxer.
dating, don't, because dating apps. I seen a woman. I just recently. She had 3,000 matches in her Bumble. So you're not competing on that. The men that don't know how to operate socially or to go out and use their mouthpiece, you better start learning, because you're not going to win on the internet.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that.
Yeah.
Sarah, are you into Jewish guys?
I can't say that I've ever actually dated one.
Of course, she never had really good life-affirming sex.
Can I?
That's why she's a frustrated woman. She's so frustrated. She sits there. Sarah should just sit on her. You know what you should do, Sarah, for your whole stream? Just get drunk and cry on it, and just, that I'll tune into. If you just really let it out, you let the emotions flow. Let's hear the sexual frustration and the pain that built up throughout the decades. And you could just sit there and cry on the stream.
Can I just view the votes real quick?
Sounds
and
like
show a
good
picture of my
content.
dog.
Yes.
So everybody can just vote on the dog, and we can end this conversation real quick.
Yeah. I want the doggy. Oh, yes. The dog in for the win.
My God, what is that? What kind of dog is that? What is that? Look like some kind of mutant.
Oh, it's so adorable.
Dog's got Down syndrome.
All right, guys. The poll is up in the chat.
The hell is
Please
that?
go set
That ain't
your
a dog.
vote.
That ain't
Who
no
is
dog.
the
That's
most-
not a dog.
Speak.
Who is the most handsome, Hormaxer, Wiggy, or Bandit's dog? I
Phoebe,
think we
speak.
can all agree
Yeah, I have a
Bandit's
dog.
dog is
Hold on.
going in for the
Hold on, let
win.
me show you my dog.
Speak.
Guys have pets.
Speak.
The
Okay.
eyes are going different ways.
Oh, what is?
Oh, hello, cutie. How are you?
Shake. Good girl.
We love doggies. It's a doggy stream.
Speak. 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 Okay. I'm done. All right, thanks.
Thank you. Oh, I love doggies. All right, going for the votes. I'm going to end the poll here in just a minute. Vote quickly. Who is more handsome, Hormaxer, Wiggy,
dog.
or Bandit's
My dog.
dog?
Oh my God.
Your dog did
My
not
dog.
make it into the poll, unfortunately. It was because I had already set the poll like 5 minutes ago. I didn't know you had a dog because it wasn't vocalizing on the
Sarah,
stream.
you're,
So.
Sarah, you're a sad tomato.
You had a topic of if I'm pro euthanasia.
Actually, Wiggy, many know, but many don't know. Hormaxer's the one who named me the Raging Tomato.
What?
Mhm.
Are you for real?
I built a whole channel on his insult.
Yo, Sarah, do you want to know the details? Hormaxer was like his origin story. He was in the Black Pill. That's where he started. Even though he doesn't want to admit it.
And I
Hormaxer
tell
was
you
in
what
the
it
Black Pill.
is. People realize things like the rest. You're a bunch of you're really a bunch of you're the lowest tripe and gutter snipe, and that's why no man could waste their time with you. Disgusting. You're you're subhuman. I don't address them on euthanasia. I'm all for it. I'm all for it.
We are having euthanasia topic on Monday, actually.
Good.
For Moderator
I'm all
Monday.
for it. I'm all for
Wait,
it.
what
Especially
happened
when
to,
there's no good sex. If there's no good sex in life, get into the death pod. There's
Tomato,
no
what
way
happened
to
to that
live.
one guy?
Why
What
would
was
you want to
his
live
name?
without good sex? Why wouldn't you
Really?
want to live without your health, without your energy? You people are insane. There is no golden years. You need to
Hold on.
understand that. You've been brainwashed. There are
Hold
no
on,
golden
Tomato,
years.
what was that one guy's name? It was Hung Lo.
Hung Lo Wang.
Like, yeah, Hung Lo Wang. Hung Lo Wang. Like, yeah, what's the deal with Hung Lo Wang?
He is a professional DIY sperm donor.
Hormaxer, what do you think about that?
I don't know anything
Hormaxer,
about
what do you
that.
think about
The
Hung Lo
only
Wang?
thing I know about is swing clubs, good adult content, making good food. I want good times. I want good sex. The aria. I want That's what I'm looking for. Oh, you people are depressing. You honestly are life denying and depressing people that fetch and complain on the internet. And you know, all I need, the only one thing that I'm lacking is the funds. That's it. Otherwise, you can sit here and complain to Kingdom Come.
At all, like Michelle.
I think I agree with Michelle here. I think you and Hung Lo Wang should actually meet because you would both agree with a lot of things in life.
I mean,
we should set it up. Michelle, let's set up a date for the Hormaxer and Hung Lo Wang. Is there a way that we can get a hold of you, Hormaxer? I'd like to set this up.
WMaxer78@gmail.
Thank you. Michelle, if you could note that in our notepad thingy, that would be amazing.
How about Michelle have some good sex with me? I'll throw her around. I'll throw you around, Michelle.
Michelle,
don't tell me about Michelle. She needs a good time out there too. I hear the frustration. I see some of these panels, the women, the mental health.
And Pass coming in with their membership chat. You're stuck with me. Yes, I am. But you are one that I wouldn't mind being stuck with, Pass.
Is that like a Rorschach quote? Like,
I'm not stuck in here with you. You're stuck in with me.
Like,
how do you debate somebody like an Andrew Wilson?
You know that?
No, you people have a problem, Sarah. You have a problem because, first of all, his whole worldview is built on fantasy land. So there is nothing to debate. It's a fraud debate to begin with. There's nothing to debate. The man believes in virgin births and people walking on water. And know what the problem is with every religion? It has no proof. There's no evidence. There's zero. There's zero. Well, he said Andrew Wilson.
Oh, Andrew Wilson? Wait,
Yeah.
what?
Well, he's a religious debater, right? I don't understand debating religion today. I don't get it.
Hormaxer, Michelle wanted to inform you because she's done a lot of work and has lost a lot of weight. And so she's saying, you can lift me up now, Hormaxer. You can pick her up and throw her around the room all you want. Anyways, back to your debate. Something.
Well, he debates, like I said, what does he do? He debates religion, right? I said, well, you're debating something with no evidence for it. In over 1,500 to 2,000 years, your religion, okay, has no evidence for it.
Right,
there's no evidence for it.
Hormaxer,
What are you debating? I don't get it.
I converted from Judaism to,
I don't care. You're an insanity case. You don't count.
Yes.
Yeah,
I converted from Judaism to
another one.
Well, isn't that the concept of a religion, though, is that you may not have all of the proof in the world, but believing is seeing, seeing is believing. I mean, it's built on faith, a religion alone. Absolutely. And, you know, the concepts that are handed down within the religion are based off of, you know, books or historical archives, things of that nature. So I think there is, you know, proof in the pudding to some degree. And even at that, that's Andrew's stance that he stands on, and he stands for something. Just the same way I commended you earlier, your belief system and the things that you stand on. I think it's very admirable that you never back down off of your system and what you believe in, and that's commendable. Whether anybody thought it was, would you shut the fuck up, Wiggy? You have literally interrupted everybody with stupid banter of nothingness. Thank you, but. Hormaxer, you know, whether anybody thought what you believed in and your philosophy of life was kooky or not, it doesn't matter to you because you still stand by it, you own it, and you live by it. And I think that that's the admirable piece of it. And I think you can agree that Andrew Wilson is in the same boat. He stands his ground on his belief system and he's willing to argue it.
Okay, but the problem is he has no evidence, and I have at least evidence that you can see for mine. See, there's no once you devoid any type of religion out of its miracles. Well, are you going by it by? See, there's historical things which you can go by, and then there's the things that why do you think people believe in it? Because they want to believe in an afterlife.
Well, I think it's not necessarily. I don't think the afterlife is just the crux of it all. I think we derive our morals, values, and principles from our religious cultures and beliefs.
Bad morals.
Bad morals. And I'm not speaking on behalf of Andrew. He could have something completely different to say to this, but I believe in concept that that's where he's deriving his values from, and because of that, he stands on it. You know, so even though there may not be evidence, he still believes the morals and values and principles that he pulls from that religion are right based in and of itself. So he's going to continue to believe in it because he believes it's leading him down the right life path. And it's not something bad to stand on, right? It's like most religions, not all, but like even Catholicism, like it teaches me to forgive people, to forgive myself, to live a good life and try to do the right things left and right. I have, 10 rules that I'm supposed to live by. I know that killing people is bad. I know that if I do something wrong, I have to, go and confess to the priest. Like these are things that keep me accountable to my actions and something to live and thrive off of. Without religious values, where are we? Do we have a moral grounding to anything?
Well, you're saying, that's the purpose of it, because you're saying you can't live without the hopes of having your religion. So you just said it. You said you can't have this religion. You cannot live your life. You cannot be a good person, what you kind of said, without religion. And that's why the mass needs this. And even though it's inverted, see, what Christianity did was an inverted religion. It makes strength into badness. It makes sex into something icky or repugnant or something that needs to be avoided. It puts everything. It says money is evil, is the root. No, what's evil, the root of all problems is poverty. So Christianity is a slave religion meant for slaves and plebs and give people, the slave class, their meaning. In fact, monogamy was for the slaves, so they can give one fat wife and be happy, while the rulers and the elite and the ubermenches have all the beautiful women in the world. And any man that doesn't want that is outright lying or low T or homosexual.
Mm-hmm. Now, why does he want those things?
Why would a man want those things? Because it's within your nature, which Christianity denies human nature.
Does it deny it necessarily, or does it actually go forward and be fruitful? It just, the difference is that some religions, not all religions, but some teach monogamy. Others teach you'll have 40 virgins. Like others, you can have 10 wives. So it just depends on the category of the religion and which side you're taking, whether it's the monogamy, polygamy, like all of the different sorts. I think even Mormons have multiple wives, right? Isn't it Mormons that
probably
have where they have
why do you need any of that? Why do you need any of that?
It's go forth and be fruitful. It's spread your seed, have as many wives, therefore you have even more children.
Yeah, written in the time
the legacy
4,000 or 5,000 years ago. What is your anybody in your chat? They have no legacy. I have no legacy. You have no mega multimillionaire corporation to leave. You have nothing.
Wouldn't your legacy
hot dog stand?
Wouldn't your legacy be?
Most of these people producing kids today, their kids are so dumb it hurts my head. It's nothing to be
I agree with you there. I agree with you.
Them. I don't care about people's children, especially when I see when they're breeding. That's not an excuse. You're polluting the world. Please don't do that.
Something went out. Yeah, should everybody be procreating? Maybe not, but it's not our right to impede on that either.
It is my right. It is my right. When you're producing the little womb turd fruit,
crotch fruits,
polluting the world, dumb as darnails. They're not going to produce anything. They're not going to do anything. Well, what am I supposed to be impressed about? What am I saying? Maybe you're impressed because you're a mother or a father of your own. It doesn't mean I have to be impressed by the dumb little bastards. Because they're dumb. They're stupid.
Nobody demands it, though. Nobody demands it, and
I'll demand it. I'll demand it because you need a politician that's put licensing for breeding. I need a license if I'm going to get even some kind of animal. And people are no different. You're just animals. You're just chimpanzee monkeys. That's all you are. Just with that, some of you are below it. Like him, he's below it. I don't even count him.
Well, that's funny because Wiggy over here earlier was saying that men should have the right to have a woman, like to be given a woman by the government.
He's a loser. He deserves
and now you're over here saying
that wasn't exactly what I was saying.
You deserve nothing. You don't deserve a woman.
I was saying
You don't
man
deserve
can marry
anything. Not
one
looking
woman.
like you. No. You shut up and you listen.
Be
Men
quiet.
like you
I was
don't
saying,
deserve
let me
anything.
clarify.
Go get a puppy, go build your physique, and then we'll talk about
Cormac,
getting deserved.
Cormac,
Okay?
sir, let me
Women
clarify.
don't want you.
Listen,
Okay, and you
one
definitely
woman
don't
should have
deserve
one woman.
a prime cunny.
I mean, one man should have one woman. That was what I was saying.
You don't deserve anything.
Cormac
There is
should-
no deserve.
Cormac should- Oh my god.
There is no deserve. That's what your problem is. You type people that are over there think you deserve anything.
One
You're
man.
you're a loser. You're a loser. You need to be told. The politicians need to tell these people what they are, what their mindset is. You hear this guy? I deserve a woman.
I didn't say I deserve. I
You
said
look at
one
you.
man should have one woman.
Good. But just remember, you deserve nothing. Prove it.
I didn't say I deserve anything. I said one man should have one woman. That's all I said.
Good. You stay with that. I'm not staying there. I want to fall in love every night if I could at the swing club. What's wrong with that?
I'm done.
Cormaxer
I'm
would rather
finished.
have multiple options, right? To that degree, like you don't want to marry, do you?
No, I want to have a lot of women, and I like being with women, and I enjoy women, but I don't want to be married, and I don't want to live with a woman.
I love how much Hormaxer like actually has an appreciation for the female anatomy in that aspect.
I love it. I love to eat ass and poontang too.
See, like he's probably the top-notch man that every woman deserves. Like in that,
They're
like
intimidated by me. They're intimidated. They watch from the bushes. They're so intimidated. Once I get clout, Sarah, they're going to be knocking at my door to be star my adult content.
they probably will. They probably will, Hormaxer. I believe in you, and I think that.
Why it's still the going is still good, you know.
Well, you don't want me. I'm not good enough.
Huh? Well, let's test you out a little bit. Let's make some content. Yeah. See? No, there's no living there. There's no life.
I already know I'm a total flop. I'll just be a starfish, and I'm not anything that you would want. It's okay. I don't need to be the top of your to-do list.
Well, maybe Michelle can throw a good, let's see what she can do. Maybe she can ride.
That's the conversation you have to have with her.
She needs a little life affirming sex herself. She'd love it too.
For Max, we need to have a conversation, brother.
Well, what do you want to have a conversation about?
You are really one stupid fuck, aren't you? Have you not realized he's like put you in your place 3 times already?
Well, I was wanting to tell him we could talk about the Torah. We can speak about.
Oh
it.
Lord, what do you want to talk?
He's over here talking about vagina, and you want to talk about the Torah?
Yes, I want to talk about.
You really
Torah.
don't deserve a
He's
woman.
my fellow Jewish man. So yes, I would love to have a conversation.
You gave up to the
with him
Jew
about
life.
Torah.
You're a born again Christian or something?
Yes, I am a Christian. Yeah, but he's Jewish, so we can have a talk about the Torah.
I don't think.
What's your question? I mean, I don't know what your question is.
Well, I don't have a question. I said I wanted to have a conversation with you about the
It's not a
Torah.
religious stream, as far as I know. I mean, if she's talking, it's her panel. I mean, she want to talk about religion. I mean, I know she brings.
I wasn't
I'm.
talking to Sarah.
The floor is yours. If Hormaxer, if you choose to entertain that conversation,
If I thought
that's
religion
totally
was
up to you.
true, if I thought religion was true, whatever religion that was, if I really thought it was true, I convert right now. You could baptize me, you could whatever, dunk me in the water, whatever. It's not, and I'll tell you, it's not because it's ridiculous already. It's an old something that once kept humanity something together. I'm sorry if you still need this outdated relic that has really no purpose, except maybe you're hoping for some extra life or to be saved by Jesus and or whatever. And it gets crazier as you go into Islam. You see what that wonder does. You see the fruits that puts all over the world. So no, thank you. It's life-denying systems. That's what they are. They're complete life and inverted to invert. Sex is bad.
You have 0% chance that the Jewish religion is correct, right? You have 0. Like it's nothing. There's no.
What would you have to go by? Then I have to see Sinai, and then I would have to see miracles. Because that's if you're talking about that. But then if you're talking about the historical perspective, well, you can go on that, but that's different. Most people are religious so they get an afterlife. Okay, the Torah doesn't speak about an afterlife, by the way.
I understand.
There's zero mention of an
I
afterlife.
understand, bro. I'm not trying to like change your mind. Like I'm just listening. I was asking, and now I'm just listening. So
Look at my background. Tell me it's a straight guy. Tell me about my background, stupid.
God.
All of them have something to say, Sarah. They all have something to say, but they'll never get on and show their pump or their physique because they're dark squatters.
They have all spoken, and the poll has come in. Out of 47 votes, Bandit's dog was voted most handsome with 65%. Hormaxer took away 21%, and Wiggy only took away 12%.
What?
Yeah, somebody probably accidentally clicked your name. It was probably
it was an
accidental vote.
It was a misclick.
It was a fat finger syndrome.
So, Sarah, what's the future than the red pill? Because you seem to be, into that stuff. And what's the future? I'm leaving it because I know there's no future in it.
I don't really sit in a pill though. Like I probably lean more on the red side. Like I'm more for husband, wife, children. A husband is the leader of the home, and so on and so forth. But there's a lot of red pill talking points that I'm like, that's just gibberish. You're stupid. Go home.
It doesn't look like you women though want that type of life as terms of a traditional lifestyle.
I think most women actually do. Unfortunately, what's happening is that the men are not like leading them in the way that they need to be led. Like women are now capable of doing a lot of things on their own and managing their own household and getting their own car oil change. And so like we're capable. It's kind of like, if I can do that myself, why would I put up with some dude in my house who's a dipshit and worthless? For like, what's the advantage? Oh, he's got a dick I can sit on every now and then. Woohoo. Like if you're not
you
going to
said it right there, Sarah. So the only thing that's going to make a guys and they're going to get ass out in the world today, which most guys are looking for, is your physicality, your intellectual, and your social capabilities. So, she's saying it yourself, have everything you have. They don't want it, nor do they need it. So you heard it yourself.
I think it's more along the lines of, like, we don't have to tolerate. We don't have to put up with less than.
Neither do we.
Right. I think this goes both ways.
Why do I need a fat woman? Why do I need to be entitled? And fat women coming up to be in the swing club?
I don't think you have to.
That's right. I don't need that.
You have the ability to choose, and you are physically fit, right? You take care of yourself, so you have the right
I'm gonna get better too.
Yeah, exactly. And you have the right to say, I choose somebody who is, physically fit the way I am, or takes care of themselves the way I do. Like that's like, but what we're ending up with is women are stuck in what I would consider to be like a hypocritical version of, marriage, where some of these, not all, I'm not saying all, but some of these men are just not holding up their fair share of the bargain. And the women were carrying the mental load, we're carrying the family load, we're carrying all of the loads, right?
Well, why not have a relationship then and not live together?
That's what they're choosing to do. And men like Wiggy are mad that women are choosing to do it however they want to do it.
He's genetically defective.
What do you mean?
I concur.
Genetic defects could never adapt. They refuse. That's why they complain. That's why they're upset. Because if these men listened to what I did and got themselves on gear, and they are a bunch of pussies with a capital P, to not do anything, they are not but that's what they want to do. And he's not the only one. They will sit there and complain about women. They are victims of everything. They are victims of feminism. They are victims of that. Look this.
I'm not doing minoxidil, I already heard you. I watched your
work on you. I don't care what you do.
You were talking about get on minoxidil, get on fucking
you don't know
all this fucking shit.
Yeah,
I'm not doing that. So yeah,
of course you aren't, because you're a loser and you're going to remain there, and it's very obviously. That's why men like you, and they're a vast majority, and these are the ones that stalk me and rot because they know what I'm saying is correct, and they can't stand to hear the truth.
Hormaxer, how much ass would you say you got in a month?
Not a lot. I mean, if I went out
more than one.
No,
or at least one.
maybe, but I have to go out more because I was out. But that swing club, they don't vet it, so it's not a good place. But they just opened up at another one where they're
All right,
allowed.
let's do this. How much ass have you gotten this year?
This year, at a swing club,
just all together.
All together. I don't know, 6 or 7.
Okay, 6 or 7. Wiggy, how much ass have you gotten this year?
0.
Okay. All right. I think that the vote has come in. We can all agree. Hormaxer completely mogs Wiggy, and everything that Hormaxer says is probably true.
On me. That's saying bad on me because I have to compare myself to that. I don't want to do that.
Wait, what do you mean? What is your problem, Hormaxer? What is your deal? I really, honestly, you're trying to like mog me. You're trying to like make me.
Well, yeah.
All I'm saying is, Wiggy,
it ain't hard.
I think, you coming in and demanding that the government gives you a woman is not only sad in and of itself, but you've just proven the reason why you demand the government, because you can't get ass on your own.
That's not what
so you're demanding the government gives you ass. Like, it's pathetic. It's fucking pathetic.
No, that's not what I said.
Why? Why do you need a woman?
I said every man should.
Answer the question. Why do you need a woman? Why does the government have to? There has to be a need. What is the actual need?
Because just practicality.
No, that is not a need. What is the need? There has to be an actual, like, the nation is faltering, the world is ending. What is the actual dire need? That the government should force a woman to be your wife and bear your children?
No. Well, that's not how I view it. I view it as like so Christianity has one woman and one man. So that's what I believe
what
should be the ideal.
The need. That's an idea. I have an idea that I'm a fucking millionaire, so therefore the government should make it happen. No. What is the actual hard brewed need?
No,
that
I don't have I'm just saying, like, that's what I believe is the ideal.
So, but because of that, because you're lacking ability to get your ass out the door and go meet women, or go get some ass, or go find a wife, or just learn how to talk to women. Like, I can already tell you how you're lacking in the social department, right? Because you've interrupted everybody. You're missing a lot of social cues, so on and so forth. But like, your inability to get out there and do what everybody else seems to be okay with doing, or at least a lot of people seem to be okay with doing, because obviously people have figured out how to get married. We've been doing it for lots and lots and lots of years. People have figured out how to reproduce. People have figured out how to find a mate. People have figured out how to engage in the opposite sex. So what the fuck is your problem?
And I think we need to reinforce it with society.
No, you're forcing women to be a basically a government breeding ground now, because you suck at talking to people.
No, I just think society needs to reinforce, like,
society owes you nothing, nothing.
Thank you, Hormax.
Society owes you nothing. You are a victim. You are disgusting.
That says a lot.
Your mindset is nauseating to hear. You are you at this point, go play video games and watch sports. You have left the building. There is no coming back. You're going to adapt or die. You will not adapt to the situations, obviously, and you will not listen because you're a moron.
Okay, so only 40% of men throughout history have achieved.
I know. I've heard all the black. Shove it up your ass. Honestly, take it up your ass. You're a loser. You do nothing. I've seen guys like you.
So 60% of men have not had kids.
60% of men, I know, sit there and cry about it for the next 10 years.
I'm not crying, but I'm doing.
Yeah, you need a good beating is what you need. That's all you need. Nobody ever give you a good swift kick to your ass.
Since when do grown men refer to the government for their needs? Oh, now it's really about to be a fun show. Spicoli!
Hey, motherfucker!
Hey,
God.
you ever call me a P word, I will come down there to your trailer park home. Don't ever try to tag me, you little fucking you inbred infusion.
And
You
to
are
clarify for this stream, we are not going to.
I'll tell you what,
hold on. To clarify for this stream, we are not going to be making accusational PDF words to anybody. Let that be clear. If I hear from anybody, you will just be removed. Spicoli, that is your first and only warning. Thank you. Oof. Lord have mercy. Okay.
Calm down, dude.
You're a reject.
Yeah, that hurt my ears too. Oh my.
I know where you live.
That was loud.
Dude, you living with mommy still.
I have
You're
my
close
own
to
house. Where's my
50.
mother, you old windbag?
You live
You old
with
dried up
mommy.
piece of- You're an old dried up
You're
piece
gonna
of
have
food
a
that has nothing.
with the
You live in a
steroids. You're gonna have a heart
You live in a
attack,
trailer.
dude.
Go
Dude,
suck Ray Stark's
you need
dog shitter.
you need
You
steroids.
loser.
You know your trouble is
Hey, Gary, anytime, me and you,
you need
baby, we'll go right
steroids to
now.
get horny.
We'll go. Let's get it
Sarah,
on.
this dude needs steroids to get horny. My T levels are 717 naturally. This dude needs steroids.
I will.
You
wreck
need
your
to
ass.
shoot up to have a libido, Tim.
Boy!
You incel, you need to shoot up steroids to have a libido. You cannot.
All right. Anyways, Horvaxer and I, we were actually having. Hold on a second.
You are a dork.
You don't have to convince me. You don't have to convince me. Anyways, we were having a really great conversation. So I actually would like to get back to that. That was fun for a minute, but then my ears started to hurt. But I wanted to get back to the actual crux of the conversation because I thought it was a really good one. We were actually, Horvaxer and I have not been able to actually sit and have a really good conversation. I feel like we're actually in agreement on a lot of things, like how Wiggy is owed nothing in life and he should just get up off his ass and go find it and have some ambition, goals, and go fucking figure himself out and be a fucking man.
Well,
Anyways, I want to get back to that conversation, Hormaxer, because you were on a roll. I was not aware that you and Spicoli have any issues.
Sir, can I say something really fast?
Yeah.
I feel like Andrew Wilson would have said like men are kind of owed like a one-on-one relationship with women. If you're a Christian,
Well, Andrew isn't here to defend his argument, so I'm not going to let anybody necessarily speak on his behalf because
I'm not speaking on his behalf.
Yeah,
No,
I think he has probably some type of logical reasoning to say it, but I'm not going to make that argument towards him. I'm going to make the argument towards you because you seem to refer to every other man to do your talking and bidding for you, and can't seem to actually, do anything for yourself. So I'm going to talk to you and make you a big boy today. So put your belt on, put your suspenders on.
I was saying, like, as a Christian, one man and one woman is kind of the ideal. Like, that's kind of the thing.
Idea, but it's not forced, right? In today's society, like there's no necessity. Yeah, you could say birth rates are declining, so on and so forth. Well, then, like, you can't force women to be with men who aren't men.
Yeah,
and I refuse to acknowledge that. And if these men aren't even capable of getting out of their basements and out of their mama's basements, and they can't stop eating the Cheetos and they can't get off the internet long enough to go out and actually meet a girl, why would we want them to be fathers anyways? Because they're just going to do the same fucking thing, but with a bunch of kids in the house doing nothing, becoming a bunch of more degenerate losers who sit in their mama's basement now because their mom divorced the dad because she somehow had the right to, and left his ass and took the kids with her. And now he's still sitting on the internet in his mama's basement, eating Cheetos, doing nothing with his life. So yeah, I think I'm grateful that the government doesn't force me to be with any man or force me to have children with any person or anything to that degree, because I'd probably end up in jail.
Yeah, it's not ideal, but
it's not ideal.
Or
it's not
stoned to
reasonable.
death,
Go
or
ahead,
you get
Kev.
stoned to death. You get stoned to death like this fool's religion that he used to believe in. You know what I'm saying? What are you talking about, Wiggy? What are you talking about, bro? You sound crazy right now.
What's the
I
question?
came up here to throw you a fucking life.
Wait, hold on, Marathon Kev. What was the question?
Oh, you forgot what you was talking about?
No, I wasn't listening to you. What was the question?
Exactly. You forgot what you were talking about, fool. You were
I'm
talking
asking
about
you
like
what the question was.
Oh, okay, you told me to hold on. I wasn't sure. But see, you damn near brain dead, bro.
Are you gonna?
Well, I'm
Are you
gonna throw
gonna
you a
ask
lifeline.
the
I'm
question
finna throw
or-
you a lifeline. I'm finna throw you a
Are you gonna
lifeline
ask
since
the
you
question
forgot
or
what
no?
you were talking about. Since you forgot what you were talking about. You
No, I
thought
didn't
that the
forget what I was
government.
talking about. I was asking you what you were talking about.
I came up
Are
here
you
to
gonna
talk
ask the
about what you
question?
was talking. Man, shut up. Shut the fuck
Are
up.
you
Matter
gonna
of
ask the
fact.
question or not?
No, I'm not finna ask you. I'm just finna
You're
tell
not gonna
you.
ask the question.
This what,
Okay,
no,
so you're not
shut
gonna
your
ask the
dumb ass up.
question.
No,
Okay.
shut your dumb ass up, bro. Shut your dumb ass up.
All right, Hormax,
This is what you were talking about. This is what you were talking about. The thing, I'm not asking you no
he's not
questions.
asking me
I'm not
nothing.
asking no questions. I'm
Like,
just gonna
Hormax,
tell you. You were talking about you thought that the government should be obligated to give beta males like yourself females. That's what you were talking about. So we're like, you definitely are a beta male. We've been watching Hormaxer up here like toss you around like his bitch for the last 45 minutes.
Hold on, I
So what the
can't
fuck
say a
is you
lot.
talking
I can't
about?
say a lot because we're on YouTube.
Okay, yeah.
You are
All
fat
right.
and
Back to you, beta male. Hold on, just then, Chuck.
I can drop a lot of words about you. I can drop a lot of words about you, but I can't. I can drop a lot of words about you, but I can't because we're on YouTube, so I can't do it.
Men that argue against today, and they'll do it for one reason or another, especially past 30 or 35, getting on TRT and working out and going out and living life. And, you know, like I said, if you want his way of life, you know, you can do that. Me, that's not a way to live. You know, if I can't do that, I want to make adult movies. So I'm going to be doing that, you know, and hopefully I can get that. What he does, you know, or what another 1,000 people do, I really can't help that. You know, I'm going to do, you know, what I basically know it's right. But if you're just trying to look out and go out and be social today, I mean, looking like this guy and having that mentality is going to be a turnoff. So I wouldn't do that. I would stay well away from it. I wouldn't go near any of it. I would get on gear. I would get a pump. I would go out. I would try to find outlets that are out of the box because you're not going to sit on dating apps and you're not going to get at. And the guy's telling you they're slaying it. They're not. You know, so, and I see them in your chat.
No, Wiggy is completely unfuckable. Like, if we could put a poll up, like, look at him. Your beard is unkept. Your hat's all sideways. You got, like, the worst of the worst food on top of your microwave in your basic-ass kitchen. Like, you're completely unfuckable. Like, dude, you're the total opposite of a fucking...
You're a fat monkey. I've fucked twice as many bitches as you.
You literally just said
he was
zero.
like-
You just said zero. I asked you how much ass have you gotten this year, and you said
You're a fat
zero.
monkey. I was kidding. I was lying.
Oh,
It was like
okay.
fucking like.
Listen, if you want a relationship, go ahead, have it and have at it, and good luck to you. Okay, I want a different relationship, you know, every day or every week, and you know, and try to make it. Now, if I'm going to get that, probably not, you know, until you get some clout and whatnot. But I don't find there's no point in me sitting here trying to convince this guy to do it because he would have done it already on doing it. My message is simple. I go to swing clubs. I get a pump. I get on gear. I'm working out. I'm 47. These guys are half my age. They should be embarrassed. They should be embarrassed of themselves, tell you honestly. Okay, because if you're going to compete today, there's social media. If you want to compete against social media and a woman's social media, good luck to you.
That's a really good point, actually. Women do very well in social media. I mean, all you need is a pair of boobs on screen and you'll be all right.
Yeah, you're going to get 100 DMs a day, like all kinds of weirdos or whatever the case may be.
And get off of sports, too. For the sports maniacs out there, they tried. These are grown men. I'm not saying you can't enjoy a sports game. Don't get me wrong. But there are grown men out there filling stadiums, watching multi-million dollars, wearing other men's jerseys, which is cuckold behavior, as they're going out banging prime cunny. They're sitting there. These are the men that bring their wives to swing clubs. I'm telling you, these sports fanatic men, these are the type that bring their wives to swing clubs. I've always expected that sports fanatic is a cuckold, and I have proof for that. But I said, please, if you're doing that too, go play the sport or something. Okay, get into the sugar walls. What I'm looking for is good sugar walls, good times, life-affirming sex, good food, good pumps. And to argue against that, to me, is the utter madness. To me, it is.
No, that's crazy. Exactly. That's crazy. That's what I was saying in the chat earlier. I'm like, I agree. That was the first thing that I heard you say. I'm like, I agree with that 100%. Like, what's wrong with that? Maintaining yourself, looking for good sex. Like, what the fuck's wrong? It ain't nothing wrong with that, you know? But then Wiggy up here like, no, you all wrong, dog. We need the government to intervene in this shit. I'm not trying to do no push-ups,
I
no
don't believe
sit-ups.
in the
I ain't doing,
government.
not raising not one barbell. You all like government edition. Like, I need, what was that shit in the Bible? I don't even remember. I never read the shit. You know what I'm saying? But there's some shit in there. It's talking about like offering up the daughters to the fathers.
Nothing in the Bible was about like intervening. What are you talking about?
No. There is some crazy shit in the Bible that is about like, you know, trading daughters for like land and all kind of like weird shit like that. And that's like the type of time that I felt like you was on. I actually came up to try to defend you, and then you went to the left, and I'm like, bro, all right, let's just let you hang yourself out.
I've never went to the left in my life. I'm always on the right. I am very far right, bro. I've always been on the right.
I think he means.
You want another biblical lie, Sarah? You want another biblical lie? Let me tell you, Sarah, another biblical lie. The meek shall inherit the earth. Okay? That's another lie brought to you. That is a Christian lie. Okay? The meek win nothing. Let me tell you people something. If you're meek and weak, you win nothing. That is a cope. That is a religion full of cope. And that is, again, more slave morality. And that's exactly what Nietzsche, and that's why he hated Christianity, especially. He didn't like any religions, but especially that, because it's an inversion. What I'm trying to tell you is that Christianity and most Christian morals is an inversion. If you want to keep a Christian morality, how about the golden rule? How about that one? And besides that, most of it is nothing. They'll tell you money is evil. Money is great. Money is wonderful. I wish I had it, and I don't. But at least I'm honest enough to say that's just a bunch of bullshit.
Well,
if they lie to you, they keep the pleb masses in line. So the pleb masses.
There was a parable. There was a parable in the
Don't tell me about your parables. You don't know what you're.
There was a parable in the Christian Bible where they buried their gold.
Yeah, you should bury yourself.
For the record, I've never loved Hormaxer more than tonight because he is on a roll.
He should bury himself because
this fool is on
Watching
point.
you shut Wiggy down all night is like, this is the highlight of my week as of now.
That's why I don't understand like the people that have like larger podcasts based on religion. When I look at it, I said I don't know how they get off, because if you didn't have the miracles to believe in and all the afterlife, okay, then it's defunct. So if it's wrong and has no evidence, then why do you have to live by it? What makes it so great if it's wrong? If there's no evidence.
Here's how I look at it too. I believe in God and I'm religious, and you, let's just say you are not. You don't believe in God and you're not religious.
Well, I don't believe in any biblical type God, no.
Play the hypothetical with me for a moment, but pretend that I am that and you are that. Like, can't I still come down to a conclusion, no matter what, that living by this religious belief, like me being Catholic, I can still have a good, happy, fruitful life that I believe is righteous and within the values, principles, and morals of my system. And I believe that I'm doing, like, versus if I was not religious at all, then I'm free to like do stupid shit all over the place. I have a better chance of still living a morally better lifestyle no matter what. Even if God didn't exist and it wasn't real, my belief in that fact is still going to lead me down a positive path, and I'm still going to have better results at the end of the day.
Well, maybe or maybe not. But again, I said it, if you're saying it just for you to believe in it because it makes you feel good. So it's, again, it's a feeling based on emotions. And once you're basing your emotions on a whole lifestyle or a way of living, and you have a kind of a problem, it's problematic. Because you have no evidence and there's nothing to base it on. I said, you want to live by? Okay. Leave
Let me ask you this, Hormaxer. Why do you like to go to the swing clubs and have sex and make your video content?
Well, it's simple, because I enjoy sex. I think sex is the primary focus of life, that people would like to deny that. But if they were a little honest with themselves, well, we're building and why do men not get all this status, Sarah? It's because they want to impress women. They want sugar walls. And that's the reason why
it makes you feel good, right?
Well, power, but that's a higher level.
But that's still a feeling, though.
Yeah, but power is real. If I control If
But
I could,
mine is based on feeling too.
no, mine is in realism. You're hoping that there's an afterlife.
Well,
or
it's realistic for me to follow by a set of rules and guidelines that was given to me by a book, right? That's realistic. That's realism.
Well,
I'm
you can
living
follow
that life
them.
and doing those things based on that belief system, just the same as you're having sex at swing clubs and making video content based on your set of beliefs because you believe you should be getting ass, right? You believe in that and it makes you feel good. It makes you feel good, but it makes you feel good living that lifestyle, just the same as it makes me feel good living a religious lifestyle. So if it's based on feeling and you're going to shut down my argument, then it shuts down yours as well.
Well, no, not really, because what I'm doing is real. If I produce an adult content, it's actually there. I'm not basing my
my prayers not real? Are my confessions not real?
They're
Is
not
me trying
real,
to be
I don't
me
believe
going to
they're- I
church? Is me going to church not real? Is me
you going to a
trying
building is
to help the poor not real? Is me trying to help the needy and be a good person or living by these standards, making my decisions based on that moral grounding? Are
Well, it
those not
depends on
real?
what level you're doing it. Are you talking about altruistic behavior?
I'm talking about just living
Altruism.
every day.
Altruism and people that live for other people, yes, are weak people.
No, not completely living for other people. I'm saying I'm still living for me based on this belief system because I believe it's good for me. Just the same as you believe sex at swing clubs is good for you.
Okay, but I'm still trying to fail where, I still see as Christianity. I think if you take away the miracles, nobody wants Christianity, honestly, except for a few things. But why don't you do this then, Sarah?
We do take away the miracles. Couples lose children all the time. People lose their family members to deaths, illness, and they're very religious, but they, find a cope in religion.
Right,
but everything happens for a reason. There's a cope, just like there's a cope for you for feeling the need to have sex with all these women at swing clubs.
But I'm having sex is real. That's a physical thing. It can be, me praying to some biblical God is not to me real. It's just I'm trying to make myself.
But it's the act of prayer.
What about act of prayer? What does it mean?
Okay, the girl that's having sex with you.
Where has a prayer ever saved
you believe she's enjoying it, but the reality is she doesn't at all. Like, does it still make it true? Does it how do you factor that in?
Woman, how could a woman not have sex with a beautiful creature like this and not enjoy it? That's the thing is I don't understand where you're coming from, honestly, because that's the truth.
All I'm saying is you're you're having sex.
How about this, Sarah? If you don't
real,
but if you don't need the afterlife and whatnot, why don't you just go through the whole New Testament, remove all the miracles, and just keep some of the wisdom, and then do with that? Will you be willing? I think you
could do that. I think a lot of people actually do that. I think a lot of people, just like our entire system of thou shalt not kill. Well, why do we have murder laws? Like, why do we put people in jail when they murder people? We live that lifestyle, like the Christian concept.
Yeah, but it's also love thy enemy. Love thy enemy is a very sick concept.
You love thy enemy in a way, not that you love them, but you have to more or less empathize first. I must first learn to understand before I can expect to be understood. It's more of an empathy factor.
See, you liquidate them. This is the inversion of morality that it gets all twisted. See, if you have an enemy and that person is really either trying to do really malicious stuff to you, you don't love that person, you liquidate that person. And people that don't understand that concept, well, that's why they get bowled over. They're weak.
Well, or not Jesus, but the Bible still speaks to going to war and taking down your enemies.
What did Jesus accomplish?
What did he accomplish?
Yeah.
The ability to teach at the human level in which humans could understand.
I could teach better than him. Please, you had much better.
Careful, come on now. That's just.
How about
you gotta have a little bit of lasting ability.
Well, how about
you know what I'm saying? This is like this is not. No, hold on 1 second, brother. Hold on 1 second. When it comes to that Jesus conversation, I'm not saying you're right. I'm not saying you're wrong. But the sustainability of what the brother did teach is still here to this day.
He didn't start Christianity; it was his apostles, and that came.
It doesn't matter. It was his demonstration. You know what I'm saying? Regardless of who started Christianity, it was about demonstration. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, you should worry about it.
Hold on. The highest human act is to inspire somebody else.
Okay.
So the inspiration still lives to this day. So this is like 2,000 years and some plus later. that people are still following the teachings and the demonstrations that, you know, Jesus of Nazareth laid down. So
Yeah,
just to say that.
People follow a lot of things. I mean, I can't get aboard "Love Thy Enemy" and all that nonsense. It sounds like a bunch of today. If I heard that today, somebody telling me, I say that sounds like a bunch of new age jive. That's all it is to me. You know, that's why I feel that it's just outdated. It's outmoded. It comes from a time when people didn't idea. They had no medical science. They had no science. They didn't even know what the hell they were at, basically, except wandering around as nomads in the desert and various tribes. And if you want to keep that today, I mean, you can. I mean, if you want to live and be like you know, I guess you would call it sort of like a peaceful, but, you know, being a peaceful pushover in the world is not going to grant you anything from your level of living, whatever that wants to accomplish anything. Try to be meek and a pushover and see how far it gets you. It's not going to get you good. Try loving your enemy throughout your whole life. It's going to get you nowhere.
But you're taking one sentence out of the entire Bible, and it doesn't necessarily just teach to love thy neighbor. That's just trying to be a good person, or not love thy neighbor, love thy your enemy or whatever.
Person. I just don't need Christianity to tell me to be a good person. I think it's frightening that enough people can't be a good person without this book that they feel has miracles and the key to the afterlife. That's what I need. It is humanity, Sarah, favorite stuffed animal and favorite binky. Do not take away their stuffed animal and their binky, because you're going to have madness. And this is why the masses still need religion or a cult or some kind.
But all values, morals, and principles start with religion. You can't have morals without a religion basis. That's where it all began.
Not the first religion.
It's not the first, but it's certainly like not off the charts either. What I'm saying is that even our cultural standards are stemmed from religious values and beliefs. Even in Greek mythology, you know, we stemmed from that. We learned lessons from those stories.
But the Greeks had it more right, though. Especially Greeks prior to Socrates had it more right. They worshipped the human body. Those men were mogmacs. Those men were all. I mean, today, okay, you can't be a sailor, but they were seafaring people. They were physical.
I love how you turn every conversation into sex.
Yeah. Well, it is true. The Greeks were highly into sex and loved the human body, which should be done today. Christianity is an inversion. That's why I don't like it, because that's one of the main reasons, is because it inverts the human body. You know, that's why people say, oh, Jesus is just going to love me. The women are going to love me because I'm a Christian. I just look great. Love me the way I am. See, it's a loser. It's kind of loser mindset. It's not a master morality. You have slave morality.
Nah, that was bullshit right there. What you just did, that was bullshit right there. I be fucking with a lot of like your takes and stuff, but right there, that was crazy. That didn't make no damn sense.
It is slave morality. It is a slave morality religion. It took Rome, the Roman pagans, and when Christianity came in, it was basically their woke moment. Christianity is a woke movement. I got news for you. That was what ruined Rome. Christianity ruined Rome.
I'm listening.
I tell you. I mean, what do you want me to say? It came in there. They were a hard ass pagan Roman orgy, and then here comes Christianity, and then eventually the Romans, Catholicism, whatnot, and then you have to the modern day. And if you want to blame the sexual revolution, well, why did the sexual revolution occur? Because it was so stifling, something was going to occur.
Or
what
maybe
do you mean by sexual revolution?
Maybe because we got away from our religion.
No, because the human being is well, I don't know. Maybe you don't believe that the human being comes from a chimp, or whatever. Maybe you don't believe in any of that.
Well, I still think that we have a sense of.
You ever see a primate, Sarah? You ever see the chimpanzee? You know why a chimp?
What makes us different? Okay, I will give you that for purposes of the argument. If we are evolved from animals, okay, that's the key point. But that's the key point, though. We have evolved. We have evolved to where we can have critical thinking, analysis, intelligence, so on and so forth. Therefore, we can hone in on self-discipline and recognize like urges and so on and so forth, and what's right and wrong, and what I need to focus on, and priorities and time management and all of these things. And having a household and tending to our family needs, so on and so forth. Like, we don't just go around fucking anything that walks in front of us, because that's animalistic, right? We
Well,
have
speak for yourself, Sarah. There are a lot of people that speak
Hold
for
on, let
yourself.
Hormaxer speak. Let Hormaxer speak.
Have you ever seen the primate that it says a chimp? If you believe it come from a chimp, well, if you ever look at a chimp, look at the balls of a chimp. They're very large, and then you look at the gorilla, who's much bigger, and they're very small. And the reason that is
I don't often go around looking at chimp balls, but I will oblige.
True, but it's a
conversation.
tournament mate. Human beings are a tournament mating species. So if you're ever wondering why you have all this and one up doing this and all the sexual promiscuity and trying to curtail that, is because it's a sexual tournament mating species. And it's the same as it was 1,000 years ago. You just want to put more social constraints on it. And, you know, I guess there's some benefit and some bad to it.
Let's see what Spring Hill Jack has to say. Spring Hill to you.
But yeah, sorry, I'm really sad that you don't agree with anything I say, because honestly, I really just want people to be happy. That's all I want. I want like one man and one woman.
No,
That's
you
all I
want happiness to be given to you. You don't want to go out and fucking earn it, and there is a difference. I want to be happy. Hormaxer wants to be happy. I think Marathon Kev wants to be happy. Spring Hill Jack, will hear from him, but I'm sure he wants to be happy. But the only difference between all of us obtaining our happiness is getting up off of our fat asses and going and getting it. You, young sir, choose not to get up off your fat ass, and you choose to sit there and demand your happiness be given to you. That's what's fucked up. You want to know what's wrong with society? Is that dumb shit right there. I despise a lazy attitude. I despise anybody that demands anything be given to them, because I've gone out and I've worked my fucking ass off. That's why I'm not a fat ass, because I get up every day, I go to job number 1, I come home, I get my kids where they need to go, get them settled in, and then I sit my ass down here and I work the rest of the night through talking to you people. That's called going out and getting whatever the fuck I want. Right? You want it, then you need to get up off your ass and go get it, instead of sitting here demanding all of these women just come and placate you.
anything, no.
Yes, you did. You demanded the government give you a fucking welfare check of a woman. That's disturbing. You are so sad. No, shut the fuck up for a minute. It is so pathetically sad and cringe that a man would ever be so low as to demand a woman be given to them by the government. You might as well ask for your welfare checks too, and get your Social Security, disability, and maybe you need disability. Like maybe that's the problem. Maybe you need some form of because there's something wrong with you. There's something wrong if you really believe that women are just going to be handed over to you. Like, I don't even know any father that would hand you his daughter's hand in marriage. I couldn't imagine any of the fathers that I know of friends and community and whatever who would be like, yeah, have my daughter. Sure. Sounds great.
Can I say something or no?
Or a prize.
Can I?
Listen, nobody's stopping
I met fathers who would do it for a prize.
Hey,
okay.
Kyle, listen, hey, excuse me.
Or Max or whatever.
Sit down here. Hey, kid, let me tell you something. Nobody is stopping you. If you want to get ass, you can go buy ass. Okay? And you're not going to get ass anyway without buying it, and that's most men. So if you feel there's a problem with it, that problem lies on you and nobody else, okay? Anybody else, I can get on Erotic Monkey right now, Private Delights, and if I got enough roses, I can get some decent hookus. You want to sit and flame.
Is that Hormaxer?
Hookus?
Why are you talking?
Is that a Yiddish word, my friend?
Why are you talking like a
Why let me see your physicality?
African.
Why don't you cam it up?
Why are you talking like that?
Let's see your physicality. I can tell you your problem right now. Why don't you put on your camera and let me see, and I'll be able to tell you where your problem lies.
Nope.
Okay, well, that's what they got. These, you can't help people like this, Sarah, and I don't intend to. I don't intend to help them. I don't waste my time with them. I block people like this on the channel, okay?
Yes, you blocked me on your channel, Hormax.
I
know that. I know you blocked me on your channel.
I don't allow
sure.
Yeah, but
I'm pretty sure I'm blocked on Hormaxer's channel too. It's a going thing. But Jim D coming in with $1.99 to say, Hormaxer, I'm naked. Thank you, Jim D. Thanks for telling everybody. Go put some pants on. Spring Hill Jack, what do you got to say, my friend?
I I don't know. I just got here. I want to just kind of observe. Hormaxer is an interesting guy. I don't know anything about him. I've heard
Why
stuff
don't
about
you-
him.
Are you a
Apparently
young
he's a bad
guy or-
guy, but actually he's speaking a lot of sense with the whole Jesus stuff. So I'm just gonna listen and see what he has to say.
That was me talking about Jesus.
No,
Nah,
he definitely
Hormaxer
was
was
not
too,
referring
about
to you.
Abrahamism and all that. Yeah, I'm
I can't relate.
Don't come into me hot, man. I'm just wondering.
No, I
I'm just
say you can-
I'm
you can-
observing.
Okay, I didn't know what your position is, but listen, I said as far as religion, I can't get on board with any of it. I can't get on board with any biblical religion. They would have to show me something. I don't care what it is. None of them can do it. So I have no patience for it. I don't even mess with it because I'm not going to live my life according to which I believe is fantasy. That's what it's going to amount to. And I also believe it's life denying in many ways. I believe it's a life denying, inverted concept that hurts a lot of people where they thinking it's helping them.
All religion, or just like the Christianity, Judaism, Islam thing?
All religion, including I don't even like the esoteric guys that go out and be monks in Buddhism. I think that's equally rotters. I think that's rotters to run away from the world. See, you're either going to affirm life or you're going to run away from it. Those people are weak because, see, they run actively away from it. But people think they're smart because they sit there with the the flowing robes and the bald heads. They look beautiful and they're sitting in the monks and they're drinking matcha tea. But they're literally just losers. It's a LARP. They're basically just LARPers. And people think there's some magical element because these guys can shave their heads and sit on the mountaintops and pray. There's nothing magical about it. It's just for losers.
I totally agree with that. Actually, I agree with that on the LARPer thing on going.
Yeah, so it ain't just
hermit
Christianity
mode and all that.
Yeah, it's not just Christianity that I'm picking on here. I mean, don't get me started on Islam. That's a whole other kettle of worms. That's whole problematic within itself.
Well, that's just Judaism meteorite version. So I'm not actually far from you on that. I'm wondering though, are you a Nietzschean? You're kind of a Nietzschean. Not
probably
religion.
Probably without knowing it. I don't know too much. I mean, I've never done any in-depth stuff on it. I try to look at it. So what I'll do is I'll take a part of Nietzsche now, and when I can, I'll take a guy that's studied it for years, and I said, okay, well, let's see what this is. But I think he was right, and and also Nietzsche was a big-time simp. You can argue that women made Nietzsche to what he is.
What is Nietzscheism?
It's based around his type of philosophy of life affirmation, not basically running away from life and inverting life the way Christianity has. In his case, he's talking about Christian Europe. And he thought that was very detrimental. In a lot of ways, he was right.
Yeah, that's a good summary. I don't know anything about it either. I just read Wikipedia articles. I'm an illiterate millennial, so
well, you should get on the pot. You should get on. There's great resources, to listen to it. I mean, it does me better than listening to anything on religion. That could be any type of religion or spirituality. I don't even know what these people are talking about, to tell you honestly. I have no idea what they're going on about. And then the religious debates are the worst to me. That's just the worst part here. I mean, people, they're all just clinging through the dark, and so is everybody else. But what I'm saying is at least what I have is real, and I'm trying to have the best memories that I can in life and make the best possible memories, and I'm not wasting it on something that is not real.
Well, you're whore-maxing. That's vital.
Well, I've done that
too. Right there, brother.
I've done that too.
You're buying whores and you're maxing.
There's nothing wrong with buying the tuchus. Let me tell you something, man. Every man is going to
the tuchus. That's another Yiddish word.
Yeah, every man is going to buy for ass. Every man is going to buy and pay for ass in their life. You can pay for your ass in time. You will pay for your ass in time. If it ain't in time, you're going to pay for it in dinners or what else not. And if you're all about that, but you are going to pay. Most men, unless you're in the top 2% of men, are going to pay for ass.
Yeah, that's actually right. I was going to say, Chad doesn't pay for ass.
Oh, yeah, none of these guys, obviously. They're all slaying it.
But I'm here on a what is it, Thursday night, and I'm on a live stream. So obviously I'm not that guy. So that's
most
why
guys aren't. I don't get laid that much, or not as much as I'd like to. But I'm also 47, and I don't intend to waste the few remaining good years that I have on nonsense and stupidity and things that are not real, and arguing about marriage and complaining about women. I want sugar walls.
Oh, that's all top down. Marriage and all those institutions, everything. It's all top down. It's whatever morality is brought in from whoever's in charge, whether it's a religious order or just the military always has it, or the intelligence agencies like our modern world, which is just totally run by intelligence agencies, or the corporate world, which is another purveyor of morality. So I'm actually more Maxer. I don't know anything about you. I've heard some slander about you. I like to.
You've heard probably slander.
I like to take part in these whole like black pill channels and stuff, and so I hear a little stuff about you, but I've never actually heard you speak until I jumped on in my drunken stupor, and so.
Well, yeah, it's like
actually, you're a fairly reasonable guy. So
well, thank you. But I said, you got to look at it like this way, okay? Any guy, and they think it's somehow wrong. They think it's wrong. Let's say you're going to spend 2 to 3. I mean, if you go out to a restaurant, if I had to take Sara out here to Outback or one of these you're spending $200 right there. I mean, I can just go spend that and get the ass right away. I mean, I don't need to.
Well, that's inflation, man. That's inflation. You gotta know the price. You gotta know the price of Outback. You gotta know the price of Outback versus the price of ass. I mean, you have to know, and where the interest rates are too. They just dropped the interest rates, so you have to know like the price of ass is it affected by the interest rates?
Let me tell you what these women where Sara would have problems. See, if I took any woman. And these women that want these relationships, I said, if you stuck them in Tijuana, for instance, and you brought them to the Hong Kong club, and you have the most gorgeous women, for instance, in Tijuana, okay, which I'm going to go to because I want to experience it.
I don't know. I've never been to Tijuana.
Well, yeah, and they have a place called the Hong Kong club there. It's like a strip club in the U.S. Yeah, except the place in the U.S., they make it illegal or, hard to go and get the ass, and that's what it's all about. See, right there, they have the clubs. So imagine a strip club where you can go pick out the women that you want. And that's wonderful. Now let's talk about alleviating pressure. Now I think that would alleviate a lot of societal pressure. But here, for some reason, they make it illegal.
Yeah. Well, my hot take on prostitution and pornography.
Yeah.
I think pornography should be 100% illegal. I think you should go to jail for pushing it. I also no. Let me finish. I think that prostitution should be legal, or if not legal, then illegal but tolerated.
And why do you
for the record, pardon me for just a second. Before we get too deep into this conversation, I'm going to shut down here in about 15 minutes, so I wouldn't go too deep into it. But the floor is yours. You take it.
Oh, I said my piece. I said what I said.
So he wants porn. Okay, so great. Let's get rid of porn today. Let's say what you do. And you wipe out, you can take away Pornhub today, and you can take away all the hubs, or what would be today. Well, then you're going to wind up with more frustrated, but there's half the men in this country already incel, so you're going to make that problem worse. So you're looking
Well, that's why prostitution is legal. You force them to go out there, man. It's good for everybody.
Yeah, but I watch plenty
Except
of porn.
Except for the porn producers. The porn producers, I don't know. I'm
a porn producer. I intend to be one.
You're a porn producer?
Well, not yet, but I've made 2, and I'm going to make more.
Well, what'd your grandparents do on Saturday?
What on Saturday?
What did your grandparents do on Saturday?
I don't know. What are you talking about?
Okay, all right, we'll move on from that.
What does that mean?
Nothing. Don't worry about it. Wiggy knows.
Yeah, go ahead. It's cool. Go ahead.
Well, it's probably more. You sound like one of these more black pill dummies that sit around that sphere. You're not going to do anything. Porn ain't going away anytime soon. It's been here since the beginning of time. It's been legal in this country for a long time, and it's not going to go away. And if you make it legal,
I said That's
And if
my
you make it illegal, they're going to get.
that's my ideal. It's not
They're
what's
going to go
real.
on ideal.
It's not
It's
what's
ideal.
real.
You are a black
You
pill
concentrate
dummy.
on your physicality.
You've been a black pill dummy from the day one.
Who are you calling
about?
anybody
Listen.
a dummy?
Hey,
No,
you're a fucking
I'm
listen,
sorry.
hey, freakoid.
Like, I'm just saying
Listen,
he's
look at your doughy fucking body.
Here we go
You're
again.
20 years
I'm just
younger than me.
saying.
I don't give a fuck
He's,
about your black pill rotting shit. Both of you can fucking flush yourself down the motherfucking toilet as far as I'm concerned. Porn, where that go? We'll get a VPN. They're gonna get around that anyway. People
Are you from Brooklyn?
People that want, and you probably
Are you
blame
from
the
Brooklyn?
Jews. You blame the Jews for all your problem down there.
Yeah,
I bet
every
you do.
single problem. Yeah,
I bet
every
you
single
do.
problem.
You sound
man.
like one of those guys.
Yeah, every single one, man.
Sure you do.
I am a Jew, brother.
But you caught that, so I wonder what your grandparents did on Saturday. That's why.
Well,
I asked.
that's what you are. See, you're a Wignat loser. I can pick it up on you. And what you are is a loser that will blame the Jews for everything. The greatest people that have ever accomplished society. Look at Israel, a country of 70 million people, 7 million Jews, 7 million people that can put the GDP output equivalent of the United States. Kicking Hamas, fighting forefront war at a time with no world support, and America dragging that war out in Gaza the way it doesn't need to be.
So you're Jewish? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm black African.
Yeah.
The fucking
I
loser.
wonder. I
You
wonder.
fucking loser.
Jewish.
I see you with
Israel.
that type. You too. You're a loser. The Ashkenazi Jews are the smartest people on the planet. You can't rectify that situation, so you have to sit there. Let me see your physicality. If you tell me your mom,
Are you the smartest person on
I
the
will.
planet?
No, I am not. But I will look at you and tell you about your physicality. Definitely. Let me see your physicality.
Nope. Not happening.
Okay.
I can speak freely when I'm anonymous. That's why I do it.
Because you're a pussy.
Yep, I'm a
With a
pussy. And I'm
capital
not an
P.
idiot, though.
That's not nice.
Anyway,
I know, ban porn and the
Tomato.
Jews. I know. Well, how about this? Have you ever thought about this, genius? That the Jews are just smarter than you?
Yeah, they are. That's why they're dangerous.
Mm-hmm. So you admit that they're the smartest people in the world and that they're dangerous.
Well, I know.
And then
Chinese
leave them
and
alone.
Japanese
Then
are-
leave them alone. Stop saying kill the Jew. You must love Islam. That's what Islam is about.
What about you, Pinkerton?
never said
Did you
that.
have- Did you?
Never said that, man. You're just putting words in my mouth, Hormaxer. Hormaxer.
Yeah.
How about you, Pinkerton?
Never said that.
Yeah, what's up, Pinkerton? What's up,
What?
going? What's up,
I'm
Pinkerton?
trying to get in here, but these two are going back and two.
I know. So what's up? What were your thoughts on it? Or on anything that we've talked about tonight? Because it's been all over the place.
Anyway, Hormaxer.
Yeah.
Like,
Hold on, Wiggy. I just asked Pinkerton.
Sorry.
Yeah, I've just sort of been watching for like a few minutes, and I don't know what you're getting at, Hormax. You kind of seem like you're talking like you know all the things, but then you say you're an aspiring porn producer. You know porn's bad.
I want to make, well, porn is bad for you.
Not for the chosen.
The porn's bad for everybody.
Don't watch it then.
No, man.
Why don't you do
don't.
genius? Because you're
Well,
two
it's
geniuses,
murder
obviously. If you don't like porn, don't watch it.
I don't.
Good.
Yeah,
Then
if I don't like
simple,
murder,
simple.
don't
No,
murder. But
obviously
should other
people
people
like
not murder?
it. Somebody's watching.
I have love for my tribe, which is the same reason why you like porn.
Somebody is watching it. So, but if you
Can I
don't
say
have,
I'm sorry, Sarah?
is anybody forcing these two geniuses to
You
go
can apply
click on
that to so many
Pornhub?
bad things.
I'm sorry, Sarah.
Okay, and how is your life? How is getting rid of porn going to help your life?
It's not about me.
How is getting rid
No,
of
this
porn help
guy
my
It's
life?
about my kin.
I'm asking him though. He seems like if he get rid of adult content, he would be better in life. I was saying, how does it help him?
All right.
The
I'll ask
stream's
this.
glitching. I don't know
Okay.
who's asking. Are you talking to me?
Yes.
Okay, so I used to watch porn. I used to watch
Okay.
it too frequently.
Mhm.
And it basically had a domino effect on me to where I just didn't want to do anything. Like I could
Okay.
sort of. Sorry, 1 second. I'm just trying to articulate my point. me watching porn had like a really poor domino effect on my life, to where I stopped hanging around with a lot of friends. I started becoming a lot more recluse. I got to the point where I would watch porn and not even do what people do when they watch porn. I would just watch it. And it would make me feel foggy, fucked up my sleep.
So you're a porn addict. You were an adult content addict.
I was a porn addict, yeah.
Okay, well, that's different. There's addicts and everything. There's dope addicts, and they're ready to adult content. And I said, so how do you rectify that? You know, you don't watch it. You take up a hobby. You get into exercising and rectify your body, which every man should do.
I agree with that. I agree with that part. But I don't think there's, like, we can all agree that, you know, like, drug addiction is extremely bad. There's a lot of promotion to say that drug addiction is extremely bad. There's not much porn prevention other than saying, hey, addict, stop watching it.
What do you tell the food addicts? I see a bunch of obese fat slobs out there. Are you ready to ban? Are you willing to go so far? This guy wants to get rid of adult content. So why don't you ban fast food too?
Ban corn subsidies. I already have a solution for this. It's mostly from the corn lobby. Yeah.
I suppose what you're saying, like, I get what you're pointing to just with the fast food industry, but maybe I think there possibly should be a limit on if a person is X amount of weight, maybe they should have, these places should deny. I know it's not how it works, but they should deny them. Like if you were over 300 pounds and you pull up to like a fast food place to order a shit ton of food, they should deny you. I know it's not how it happens. It's never going to how it happens because they lose a shit ton of money. Okay. But I think they should do that.
Okay. How about cigarettes that kill more people than any other substance on man? And that's legal.
I'm sorry, you said cigarettes kill what?
Cigarettes are the most deadly entity or substance or compound or whatever you want to call it on planet Earth. That's legal. Should that be made illegal? And do you smoke?
I do smoke on occasion, cigars. No, I get what you're saying, but my point isn't that there aren't other things that can be addictive. People can enjoy them in moderation. My point is that specific industry.
Yeah, but see, you have a proclivity towards adult content, but everything else. Because if you're a porn addict, obviously you're going to watch it. Yeah, and but the wordsmith is not going to help your argument too. If you don't like it, don't watch it. It's very simple. Yeah.
Okay, but tell the drug addict if you don't want to take the drugs, don't take it. You can't. That can't be the only thing.
Yeah, but these two that I'm mentioning are legal. They're recognized by your governments. And I could go buy 10 packs of cigarettes right now and a case of booze, and they say, "Here you go, sir."
Not in most places. They're banning cigarettes.
Where? They may be taxed higher, but they're not banned.
They don't. They raise. Oh no, they raised the legal limit for cigarettes. Yeah.
And they jacked up the prices to ridiculous levels.
And then you can go to alcohol. There's another one: cigarettes and alcohol.
My point is that
I had 2 beers tonight. Does it mean should I just ban alcohol?
I had 8.
Obviously.
Yeah, that's why I'm on here. I don't go on the stream sober.
Fair enough. Gentlemen, I think it's time to shut down for the evening. I'd like to do final thoughts. Pinkerton, why don't you go ahead and start with any final thoughts for the evening for you?
Yeah, sure. I know I didn't get to say too much because the stream's ending and stuff, but I definitely think Warmaxer makes a good pushback to what I said. My only point was that particular industry that I had a proclivity to, it doesn't do enough other than the fact that it don't, it's only you're an addict, stop doing it. You don't like it, stop watching it. They don't do that with alcohol, they don't do it with drugs. They promote stop doing that way better. That's sort of my point. And also, I don't really, I don't understand why you'd be not obsessed, but like, you know, wanting to get into porn producing.
Well, I want to make it, so to speak. I mean, not to, but just to make so I have life-affirming scenes that I can enjoy. For instance, I did one scene, and I decided that was one of the best nights lived was going to a 5-star hotel, drinking margaritas, going up, having sex with a beautiful woman, and having a beautiful time. I like it.
I guess that's fine. If
Is it
you
my
like
turn
it,
to have a
that's
conversation? Can I say something?
yeah. I can be done.
Okay. All right. So, Sara, I'm really sad if you didn't care about what I had to say, but I really liked looking at you. All right.
What?
All right. That's it. All right. Bye.
Alrighty.
That's
And
it.
Spring Hill Jack, to you.
I'll just say Shabbat Shalom. That's all.
Oh my god.
Sundown's about 16 hours, so put it all away then. That's all, Hormaxer. My good friend, my good Nietzschean friend. You're a real mensch. You're a real mensch. I'll just say that. You're a real mensch.
You're obsessed with the Jews because most Jews are superior to you, and you damn well know it.
No, I just don't like them.
Bad. Well, I don't like you.
All right.
You go get
Hormaxer, your final thoughts, please.
You're a goy animal. How about that?
Yeah, I am.
You are. You're cattle. You're cattle to be sent out.
Yeah,
You're cannon fodder
I
for
told
me.
you. I told you this guy was. His grandparents were sitting. Were doing a day of rest on Saturday.
Gentlemen,
Friday at sundown, actually.
Stop. I am very tired, gentlemen. I trust me. I appreciate this tension. I love it. But we're gonna have to save it for another day, and I will happily host that if you so choose to. But Hormaxer, your final thoughts.
Thank you for having me, Sarah. I appreciate that. Don't listen to Wignats. Don't listen to Dark Maxes and Rotters. They will keep you where they are. You're seeing a specimen tonight. You see them. One is up there. I want you to view that, man. I want you to take a good look. That is a vast majority of them. Second of all, you need to learn to get your physicality in shape. You need to go either to a gym or to your own home workout and get on gear and the juicy nectar if you want to compete in 2024. Second of being, if you want alternatives, check a swing club, check an LGBTQ club. The most beautiful women, if you want that, go to those clubs. These men don't socialize, so just remember that you are definitely with a socially awkward spur. That is apparent. Okay. Then if you want, you can go to a swing club. Go to try a swing club as a single male and try to mingle and be social. None of these men are anything that you want any part of. Thank you.
Thank you. And so my final thoughts to the viewers, to the panelists, to the chatters, to the weirdos watching from the clouds, not wanting to say anything. This was interesting. This was totally unexpected to have this type of panel this evening. I was really expecting a conversation about social media, and it definitely warped into a lot of different other things. But hey, that's what YouTube's for, and that's what panels are for. And that's why I love panels. That's why I love hosting them. That's why I love having them. But anyways, everybody who is watching, buckle up, hang on tight, because I'm going to redirect you straight over to Mel Pandora's stream. It's another panel style show that I absolutely love. No, shut the fuck up.
Okay.
But we love Mel. She is officially my YouTube wife. I'm going to marry her. She's beautiful. She's gorgeous. And Hormaxer, she's got really big tits. So you might want to go check out
her panel. Do you know why she threw me off her panel, Sarah?
No.
Because a Rotter dork.
I love you, Sara. I love you, Sara.
Talked to a 16-year-old woman, said he wanted to have sex with her when she's 18. They can't even understand the concept. Around the world, there's all different ages. It does. In Las Vegas, it's 17. In Las Vegas,
let's not get into that.
But It is
That's the
Mel's. It is Mel's panel, and she has the right to boot on
She's a
something
rider.
like
She's
that. That's fair. I love Mel, and she's got beautiful boobies too, so it works out.
She ain't using them.
Anyways, ladies and gentlemen,
Thanks, Sarah.
we will have a Saturday night sip and stream. I haven't fixed a topic or panelists or anything yet, but it'll be here. And then Sunday, of course, my Sleepy Tomato is moving over to Patreon because it doesn't belong on this one. Anyways, I'm really glad you were all tuned in tonight. I hope we brought the entertainment to you. I hope it was engaging, and I will see you all next time. Outside of that, fuck off.
If you thought this show sucked, well, you could have been watching something like this instead.
All right, I'm gonna get low with it, Michelle. I'm gonna get low there. Oh yeah, right there. Okay. Oh yeah.
Yo, listen up, I got a tale to tell about a sexy tomato with a fury from hell. All the other folks.
She's not the best looking woman, but she's very into submission. Really into it, so is the husband, which I like. He likes there to sit there and watch her get dominated.
Mr. Chaco! She's got scenes of anger, simmering inside. One long move and she'll take you for a ride. She'll throw shade with her skin so red. Projectors like a flame burning through your head.
And swinger syndrome is people that think that they're
little sister, what's your Bible word? I go nowhere. Hey, little sister, who's your beautiful man? Hey, little sister, I go.